Good evening, and welcome to Suffolk Public School Board work session here for the month of April. We are excited about Kings Fork High School honor graduates coming. We are excited to see them and see what they have done and where their future lies. So thank you for coming, and I'm going to put it over to Dr. Gordon.
Thank you, Chair Jenkins. I'm going to call to the podium the principal of Kings Fork High School, Mr. Derek Bryant. I know he's going to be assisted by Dr. Tanya Spruill, assistant principal, as well as Ms. Riquizio, school counseling lead. We're going to announce 144 honor graduates for Kings Fork High School tonight. And as of 15 minutes ago, Mr. Bryant has alerted me that this graduating class has already achieved $7 million in scholarships, with that number climbing each and every day. So with no further ado, we're going to let Mr. Bryant come to the podium and introduce the rest of his team and the honor graduates.
Okay, good evening, board chair, board members, Dr. Gordon, families and friends. I am Derek Bryant, the proud principal at Kings Fork High School. As Dr. Gordon alluded to, as of today, we have over $7 million in scholarship money awarded to these fine students. Also here with me tonight, I have two of my administrators, Dr. Tanya Spruill and then Ms. Melissa Zawatney. I'm now going to call up to the podium Ms. Cassandra Riquizio, my guidance director, who's going to begin with introducing you to 144 of Kings Fork's biggest and brightest stars. Ms. Riquizio.
Good evening, Dr. Gordon, Chairperson Jenkins, school board members, city officials, parents, and students. It is with great pleasure this evening that I present to you the 2024 Senior Honor Graduates. There are a total of 144 graduates this year. Tonight, we are proud to have 70 of them here with us. The students have worked very, very hard to earn this academic achievement. We have a total of 930 college acceptance letters on file, and the number is still increasing. Without further ado, I would like to present to you the 2024 Kings Fork High School honor graduates.
My name is Kelechi Akajobi. My parents are Leo and Jeanette Akajobi, and I plan on attending Chowan University.
My name is Ralph Anderson. My parents are Dr. Antoinette Anderson and Mr. Ralph Anderson. I plan on going to Hampton University and majoring in computer engineering.
My name is Aram Arkelian. My parents are Amanda and Eric Coleman, and I'll be going to a four-year university to pursue a career in law.
Before the next person comes, we want the parents to stand. We want to recognize you too. If your child has already been to the podium, please stand. And going forward, please ask whoever you have here, grandparents, whoever, ask them to please stand. We want to honor you too. Thank you.
My name is Passion Arline. My parents are Carr Arline and Shaquita Mason, and I plan to attend a four-year college to major in psychology.
My name is Isaiah Ashburn. I am the son of Liza Whitehead, and I plan to go to a four-year college and major in fashion design.
My name is Taylor Baldwin, and my parents are Neil Baldwin and Andrea Lugo, and I plan to attend VCU to major in forensic science.
My name is Lauren Barkley, and my parents are Tia and Dexter Barkley, and I plan to go to TCC for pre-nursing.
My name is Miles Barnes. My parents are Monica and Morris Barnes, and I plan to go to a four-year university and major in graphic design.
Please, now, please speak in the mic so we can hear you.
My name is Naomi Bass. I have my auntie mama, Nichelle Markham, with me and my uncle, Corey Markham, and I plan to go to North Carolina Central and major in social work.
My name is Deshaun Bradshaw. I'm the son of Taiwan and Deshaun Bradshaw, and I plan to major in computer science.
My name is Moravia Cephas, and my mom is Shaquila Medina. My father is Marcel Cephas, and I plan to go to the Air Force.
My name is Stephanie Chapman. I'm the child of Marvette and Tori Riddick, and I plan on attending Virginia State University to study in criminology.
My name is Amani Clemens, and my mom name is Tamisha Clemens, and my dad name is Rodney Neal, and I plan on playing college basketball at Penn State and majoring in business.
My name is Chelsea Dennis. My parents are Sean Dennis and Adrian Dennis, and I plan on going to VCU to major in forensic science.
My name is Jalen Downing Travers, and my parents are Leah and Eugene Travers, and I plan on attending VCU to major in social work.
My name is Xavier Drury. My parents' name is Jerome Freeman and Jerry Drury Freeman. What I want to do after high school is go to Virginia State University and major in business accounting.
My name is Amari Edwards. I plan, my mom and dad are Sharice and Isaiah Joseph. I plan to go to ECSU and major in computer engineering.
My name is Jeremiah Ely. My parents are Vicky and Leo Ely, and I plan on going to college and major in business.
My name is Brandon Farmer, son of Anthony and Laura Farmer. I plan on going to ODU to major in history.
My name is Destiny Foster. My parents are Jackie Foster and Kevin Foster, and I plan on going to college to North Carolina Central University to major in biology.
Hello, my name is Maya Frazier. My parents are Christina and Jorge Frazier, and I plan on attending Hampton University to major in electrical engineering and planetary science.
Hi, my name is Sakai Futrell. My parents are Linnea Watford and Trayshawn Futrell, and I plan on attending a 4-year HBCU and majoring in nursing.
Hi, my name is Zaire Floyd. My parents are Catrice and Alvin Floyd, and I plan on attending a 4-year HBCU and majoring in entrepreneurship and running track.
Hello, my name is Natalie Gonzalez, and I am proud to be the daughter of Fidel Gonzalez and Angelica Espinal, and I plan to attend Christopher Newport and major in nursing.
Hi, my name is Lamaya Green. I'm the niece of Joanne Hitz and Andre Hitz, and I'm going to Richard Bland, and my major is undecided.
Hello, my name is Amora Gomez, and I'm the daughter of Jennifer Maybeth Barrios and Ronnie Maybeth Barrios, and I plan to go to a full ride scholarship at Hollins University to major in literature.
Hi, my name is Olivia Odito, and I'm the daughter of Christine and Hubert Odito, and I plan on attending Marymount University to major in pre-med.
My name is Dennis Hogan. I'm the son of Toria Edmonds and Dennis Hogan. I plan on attending a 4-year HBCU, majoring in computer engineering.
My name Kamari Holland. My parent is Shantae Holland. I'm going to Norfolk State.
Hello, my name is Anaya Jackson. My parents are April Jackson and Derek Jackson, and I plan on attending a four-year college at Regent University to pursue a degree in acting.
Hey, I'm Ayana Jackson, the daughter of Valerie and Michael Hay. I plan on going to a four-year university studying biology.
Hello, my name is Kiera Jackson. My parents are Robin and Damaris Jackson, and I plan to go to Old Dominion University.
Hi, my name is Denasia Jenkins, the daughter of LaRonda Riggs, and I plan to attend a four-year HBCU and pursue a nursing degree.
Hello, my name is Taylor Jennings Ward. I'm the daughter of Loretta Jennings. I plan to attend University of Kentucky and major in kinesiology and exercise science.
Hello, my name is Christopher Jimenez. My parents are Mario and Jasmine Jimenez, and I plan to study for 4 years at ODU in criminal justice.
Hello, my name is Takayla Joe. My parents are Markeisha Joe and Terrence Newton, and I plan to attend a four-year university majoring in nursing.
Hello, my name is Vernon T. Johnson, and I'm the son of Vernon Johnson and Lisa McCain Johnson. And I plan to study at TCC and mechatronics.
Hello, my name is Ava Jones. I'm the daughter of Jennifer and David Bateman and Aaron Jones. I plan to attend Old Dominion University and major in dental hygiene.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Jada Jones, the grandson of Shakita Bethea, and I plan on going to VCU to major in pre-nursing.
Hey, my name is Kyaja Jones. My parent name is Kashonda Jones, and I plan to go to VSU and major in political science and minor in accounting.
Hi, my name is Tanaya Jordan, and my parents' names are Darius Jordan and Tennille Smith, and I plan to go to George Mason University, where I'll be majoring in nursing. Go Patriots!
My name is Olivia Klotz, and I'm going to be majoring in nursing, and my parents are Robert Klotz and Heather Scott.
Hello, my name is Pardke Mutia, the son of Felix Mutia and Relindis Safwan Mutia, and I plan to attend University of Virginia College of Art and Sciences.
Good evening. My name is Chastity Manson. My parents are Rosa and Karis Manson. I plan on attending a four-year HBCU and majoring in criminal justice.
Hi, my name is Kata Mascaloni, daughter of John and Carrie Mascaloni, and I will be attending Old Dominion University to pursue a degree in exercise science.
My name is Nicholas McDuffie. My parents are Chad McDuffie and Tamika McDuffie, and I plan on going to VCU and pursuing an animation.
Hi, my name is Noah McDuffie, son of Tamika and Chad McDuffie, and I plan on going to a four-year university where I'll be majoring in business management and minoring in music production.
Good evening. My name is Lauren McGlone. I'm the daughter of LaToya and Alonzo McGlone Jr. I will be attending VCU majoring in exercise science.
Good evening. My name is Jada Moon. I'm the daughter of Enriquez and Natasha Williams, and I plan to attend Old Dominion University and major in nursing.
Hello, my name is Kennedy Moore. My mom is Nikki Moore, and I plan to attend the HBCU to major in psychology.
My name is Reginald Morris. I'm the son of Tiffany Perry, and I plan on working as a programmer.
Good evening. My name is Josiah Patrick. I'm the son of Benet Patrick and Stanley Edmonds Jr., and I plan on attending Randolph-Macon College to pursue a degree in business.
Hi, my name is Tyler Petty. I am the son of Shannon Bell and Derek Petty, and I leave July 1st to begin my enlistment into the United States Navy.
Hello, I'm Sanaya Pope, the granddaughter of Doris Golson. I will be majoring in business and management at Norfolk State.
Hello, my name is Nathan Randolph, the son of DeAndre Connolly and Oliver Connolly, and I'm planning to go to ODU for mechanical engineering.
Good evening. My name is Ramaya Reese, the daughter of Daryl Reese and Shanique Reese. I will be attending a 4-year HBCU and majoring in political science.
Hello, my name is Janasia Riddick, and I'm the child of Shannon Demule and John Riddick, and I will be attending a HBCU to study biology.
Hello, my name is Michaela Schuler. I am the daughter of Tierra Brister, Vincent Schuler, and Darian Brister, and I plan to attend a 4-year university majoring in theater and performance.
Hi, I'm Jordan Stafford. I plan to attend a 4-year university and major in nursing.
Hi, my name is Leah Stewart. My parents are David and Judy Stewart, and I plan to go to Radford University and major in elementary education.
Hello, my name is Rylan Stewart. I am the son of James and Sarah Stewart, and I will be attending the University of Iowa to obtain a degree in environmental engineering and biology.
Good evening. My name is Jeremiah Stroud, son of Delphia Gray and Durrell Stroud, and I intend to go to a 4-year institution majoring in mechanical engineering.
My name is Gianna Taylor, and my parents are Jamie Water and Gregory Taylor, and I will be joining the Air Force after high school.
Hi, my name is Mackenzie Thompson. I'm going to a 4-year college to Norfolk State, and I'm going to be studying business management and digital marketing.
Good evening. My name is Gabriela Vargas, daughter of Karen Husser, and I plan to attend JMU and major in psychology.
Good evening. My name is Elijah Walker. I plan on attending VSU, majoring in computer science, and becoming a software engineer.
Good afternoon. My name is Adriana Warren. I'm the daughter of Mendika Hill and granddaughter of Ivy Hill, and I plan to attend a 4-year college and major in nursing.
Good evening. My name is Amani Watson. My parents are Ashiba Lewis and Terrence Watson. I plan to attend a 4-year HBCU major in kinesiology and exercise science.
Hello, my name is Zion Wilson. I am the daughter of Shakima and Tony Wilson, and I plan on going to Norfolk State University to major in secondary education.
Good evening. My name is Trinity Wilson Cobb. I am the daughter of Rashania Wilson and Christopher Cobb. I plan on attending Norfolk State University and getting a major in psychology and a minor in social work.
Good afternoon. I'm Jakir Woodall. I'm the daughter of Luther Woodall and Jacindia Woodall. I plan on attending a 4-year HBCU to major in psychology with a concentration of criminal justice and continue my volleyball career.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kamal Woodley, son of Ravita Woodley and Eric Woodley. I plan on going to Norfolk State University under the NEMIS program with the major in biology.
Hi, my name is Giovanni Zeno. My parents' names are Luis and Priscilla Zeno, and next year I plan to attend Paul D Camp and major in business.
Good evening. My name is Paige Ziegler. I'm the daughter of Jeffrey and Michelle Ziegler. I will be attending Virginia Wesleyan University to major in history.
Hello, my name is Kareem Good, son of Keith Good and Lakeisha Good, and after high school I plan on going into game design.
Amazing. Can we just stand and congratulate our honor graduate? Thank you so much, so much. We are so proud of you, and we are proud of the parents, the grandparents, the other siblings, the dog and the cat, and everybody. We are so excited and proud of you because, you know, it's hard work, and you've done it. You've done it, and we are so proud of our administrators, our teachers and custodians, the bus drivers who got you to school. We're proud of everybody because it takes a village to get you to this place. And we're still going to be here. We're still going to be here for you when you go off, whether it's military. And I want to thank you for your service in advance, for those who are going into the armed forces. Thank you. Thank you so much. Don't ever hesitate. If you need anything, you call us. You call us because you're still part of us. And I'm going to ask our board members, starting with Dr. Brittingham. Would you have anything to say?
I am so excited to see all of these honor grads come in front of us today, and just all the different areas of career and military service that has been opened up to them. And I just wish all of you the very best in your future. And parents, you did it. You got them through, and you've got them. That's right. You did it. You got them through. So congratulations to you guys as well. Thank you.
Ms. Leeloff?
Well, I know that those of you, the parents that are out here and the family members, your heart probably wants to explode, because I honestly feel like that. I'm so excited for your students and for this very exciting time. And honestly, I can't wait to celebrate with you all in just a couple weeks at graduation. So congratulations, students. Students, hang in there. I know you're ready to get through to the end. Finish strong. Make it all worthwhile the last few weeks. And congratulations in advance. Mr. Bryant and all the administrators, thank you so much for all that you've done to put the infrastructure in place for these students to exceed and excel here at Kings Fork High School, and for all the staff, all the teachers, everyone from the top of the chain down to the bottom of the chain, wherever you belong and working in the school here at Kings Fork. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for the hard work and for creating an environment and an atmosphere for these students to excel and exceed. So congratulations. It's just the beginning, guys. Enjoy your journey.
Byram?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to be here to see all these wonderful young people. Some of you, I taught your parents because I recognize some names out there. But it's wonderful to see you and to see what you have accomplished. I've been on the board for 16 years, and I've seen many of you all the way through elementary and middle school and high school now. I taught Mr. Bryant over there, your principal, so I invested in him as well. And I know he's a fine administrator. I know the other young ladies standing with him have done an excellent job as well. We thank all of you, especially the parents, as said before, for all you have done in supporting Suffolk Public Schools and supporting your young people. These are just a few of our many great success stories here in the city of Suffolk, and we have a lot to be proud of, a lot to be proud of. We have a lot of young people that are doing exactly what they need to do, and we can look forward to a bright future because of that. I congratulate all of you, and I wish you well. Don't forget where you came from. I heard, I think, one or maybe two or three that might be entering education. Dr. Gordon, you noted that, of course. We will be offering you some rewards at graduation because we want you to stay with us if you can. We need good people in education. It's the key to success, no matter what anyone says. And so tonight I congratulate all of you, the families, grandparents, extended family, anyone who is here that has contributed, especially the teachers and administrators and everyone who has done an outstanding job. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Dr. Buck?
As I say every year, this is my favorite time of the year, because this is the time I can say to anybody who asks, what have you done with our tax dollars? And I say, look over here. Look over here. I'm looking at $7 million on your tax return. So if anybody has any question about what we do with what you give us, this is what we do. This is wonderful. This is wonderful. I am elephant proud and hyena happy. You have done a marvelous job, your parents and you and your teachers and your administrators and everybody that has been named already, from the people who brought you to school and gave you breakfast to the people who stood with you at the bus stop when you were little. I've been here for 12 years, so I guess you all were in first grade when I came. But I'm so glad that you're at this point, and I'll be happier when you walk across that stage. Congratulations to you all.
Vice Chair Howell?
Well, by the time it gets to me, everything has already been said, and I just sound like I'm echoing everyone, but I will offer congratulations to the Bulldogs over there. You guys have done an amazing job. No matter what your journey has looked like up to this date, a new one is beginning for you, and it is going to be amazing, but don't run towards it. Just soak in the last few days of your high school career. There are so many amazing things on the horizon for you, and I don't want you to miss them and hurry through the next few weeks. Parents, my mama heart is with yours. I know you're proud, probably a little nostalgic, because how on earth did we get here already? But you did it. You are just as much a part of this success as they are. So congratulations to all of you in this room, and thank you for being part of this SPS journey.
Thank you. And we were on spring break last week, but I just want to recognize the assistant principals. It was Assistant Principal Week last week, so let's give another round of applause for our assistant principal. We love you. We know you worked really hard. Thank you. So if you all want to leave, if you want to stay here with us till around 10 o'clock, you're welcome to stay. I just want to
11.
What? Everyone got up at one time. Oh my gosh. And I thought you loved us. Come on. We love you too.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Now we'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're going to have our special education annual plan is going to be presented by Ms. Tawanda Shirley, our Director of Special Education. As a reminder to the school board, this is our information item during the work session, but this will become an action item under new business based on the information that Ms. Shirley presents to the board. This is something that we must do every year. And at this point in time, I will turn it over to Ms. Shirley.
Thank you. Got it. Sorry. Good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, Dr. Gordon, and school board members. So tonight I am here to talk about the annual plan for our proposed budget. Each year, as Dr. Gordon mentioned, we do have to discuss any annual funds that we have coming in and talk about how those funds are going to be allocated as it relates to our 6B grants. So the Special Education Annual Plan, Part B, flow-through application is something that's required. It's based on funding that we get from federal grant funding, and we have to use that money only and specifically to support our students with disabilities. Once we get this amount of money allotted, we take that time to do a presentation for you all, the school board, as well as the local SEAC committee to review and the school board for approval. All right, so the actual grant application won't be due to the VDOE, the Virginia Department of Education, until May 10th, 2024, but we do complete the application in advance so that we are able to present it to our school board for approval. It is an application that is received again annually. VDOE provides each locality with guidelines, part of which we have to use to fill out the application. And again, it can only be used to provide the services and supports that we provide to our students with disabilities. So there is a statement of assurance that we have to abide by, and it basically states that we're going to provide students with a free and appropriate public education. The funds are going to be used to support students who have an individual education program or IEP, that we're going to ensure that all students are served in their least restrictive environment, and that we're going to abide by all of the federal and state policies and protections and procedures as it relates to students with disabilities. As of December 1, 2023, each year, well, let me back up. Each year, there is a child count that I have to report to the Virginia Department of Education. And what it does is it allows the state to see how many students with disabilities that we have in our division as of December 1. So the December 1 count for 2023 indicated that we had 1,907 students. Here you'll see a breakdown of how these students were counted. It indicates each of the disability categories and the number of students with disabilities that are identified under each category. And that total number, again, makes up the number that's reported to the state for the December 1 count. There are some additional components to this grant that requires us to allocate funds. Some of those components include what we do for our local jail education programs. There is a maintenance of effort that we have to be able to ensure that we are meeting, which basically requires us to make sure that there's a certain amount of funding that's allocated from our local and state funds, specifically to students with disabilities. And then also there's a proportionate set aside, or a PSA fund. And these are funds that can only be allocated to students who are parentally placed in private schools, and that money cannot be used for any other reasons or purposes. So when we look at the annual plan spending, it is broken up into two parts. There's section 611, which is our school-age students, ages 2 through 22, and then there's also our 619, which will be in the next slide, which gives us a breakdown of how funds are utilized and allocated to support our students who are preschool-age students. So when you look at the money that, or the amount for the application allocation, $3,000,000 $501,567. One thing that you have to remember is that it is not the total amount of funding that special education receives. The money that we receive, or the funds that we receive through this grant, is only a portion of dollars that we get for a total amount of money that we utilize to support our students with disabilities. So it's like a part of a part. What makes this funding specific is that, once again, it can only be utilized for students with disabilities, and it cannot benefit any non-disabled students. Based on this amount that is allocated through 611, that money is used to pay salaries and benefits. Then that would include some salaries and benefits for teachers, special education teachers, special education teacher assistants, job coaches, and bus assistants. Additional funding that we receive through other grants and local and state funding is used to cover other types of special education services. And then the second section that I mentioned, 619, is for our preschool age children or students ages 3 through 5. The total allocation from the grant, $68,713, is utilized to pay part of the salary for a preschool teacher. Again, that is just kind of a breakdown of what that overall grant looks like and how those monies or funds are allocated. We are bringing it, or I am bringing it here tonight for your review and approval. And once I get the final approval, it will be ready to submit to the Virginia Department of Education prior to the May 10th due date. Any questions?
Thank you so much, Ms. Shirley. And before I turn it back over to Ms. Jenkins, we definitely want to make sure that the board understands that our special education overall numbers have increased in the school division every year over the last 5 years. This also does not include the total number of students that have 504 plans. And as you can see by the breakdown that Ms. Shirley put on the screen, we also are having different levels of disabilities that have been identified. And just to reiterate, as she stated, this is only a portion of the funding that the school division does receive. As Dr. Brooks-Buck has presented in past years, there's been consistent and constant lobbying efforts from the state for additional monies coming from the federal government, as well as improving the model of total amounts of money that are coming from the state, which is a part of the reason why this funding is so important that Ms. Shirley just discussed. So I wanted to make sure that the board understood that, and once again, we will need approval of that today during the regular meeting to make sure that Ms. Shirley can process any additional paperwork before its submittal on May 10th. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much for your detailed information. Working in the mental health field and working in the schools, I definitely see the need. I know the need for everything that you're saying. So I appreciate your dedication and your hard work, what you do. I'm going to ask the board members, Dr. Brittingham, do you have anything to say?
Ms. Shirley, I just want to thank you so much for all the hard work you do to keep us in the regs. I know that that is a big responsibility that you shoulder on a daily basis. Thank you for making sure that all of our T's are crossed and our I's are dotted, that all of our professionals have everything they need in order to go into the schools and provide services to our students. I don't know what we would do without you, and I'm very grateful that you are the director right now. Thank you.
Mrs. Brittingham? I mean Slinglow. Sorry.
Well, I just want to echo those comments and say thank you very much. And this report was very clear, very easy to understand, and I appreciate you so much for all that you do and all that you've invested in Suffolk Public Schools. So thank you.
Mrs. Barham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much, Dr. Shirley, for joining our team. You're an asset, and we appreciate you. And as other members said, we know it's not an easy job, but you're doing an excellent job. Keep it up. We appreciate you. And all of your teachers and everybody involved.
Dr. Brooks-Buck?
Mrs. Shirley, I just have a question.
Yes.
And then, of course, I can echo everyone else's thanks for your hard work. The $68,713, we just got one teacher. We get one teacher out of this.
So again, when we look at the money that we allocate for our students with disabilities. The special ed department has many funding sources. This is only one of many. The decision to utilize the funds to pay for salaries and benefits for one teacher in part comes because it is easy to be able to track whenever I have to provide any type of documentation to the state. Unlike materials and supplies, you know where that employee is or where they ended. If you utilize it to allocate it for things such as materials and supplies, you really have to keep up with that forever because it's federal funds. And at any time, if you're audited, you need to be able to say, well, where are those materials and supplies? So it is a lot easier since we do have other funding sources to use this money and allocate it toward human resources, which would be our salaries and benefits.
Right. And this is all we can ask for. This is my question.
The other thing is there is a prescribed formula that is provided to us by VDOE through the federal government, because this is a federal grant. It is based on our December 1 count. There's some other factors that play into it, like what we do for our student record collection. Whenever we get all of that information compiled and the state reviews it, that's another one of the pieces of data that's used to help the federal government and VDOE to identify what that funding allocation is going to look like for us. But it's a prescribed amount that
all we can get.
Yeah, they send me the amount and say, based on numbers, this is what you're going to receive.
Thank you. And thank you for the work that you've done for us. We appreciate it.
Vice Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Shirley, for your heart for our special ed kids and for the staff that serves them. I can imagine the burden that you shoulder to keep all of this together and all our ducks in a row to make sure we get these funds, whatever that number looks like. So I just appreciate your service to SPS.
Thank you. Is there anything else? Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
So next on our agenda for the work session, we requested by Board Member Slinglaw for the school board to discuss the evaluation instrument and the process of the school board's evaluation of the superintendent, school board attorney, and the school board clerk. So let me read this first. So when we discussed this, she told me to handle it, so I am going to read it. Read a statement. So evaluating the performance of the school superintendent, school board attorney, the school board clerk is governed by the state law guidelines of VDOE, policies of the school board, and language found in the superintendent's employment contract. In our evaluation of the school superintendent, we will be using the Uniform Performance Standards and evaluation criteria for teachers, administrators, and superintendents adopted by VDOE on March 17, 2022, without modifications. Any changes in the superintendent's evaluation instrument must be agreed to by the school superintendent as provided for in his employment contract. By no later than May 9th, 2024, you should have reviewed the PowerPoint presentation and training handout materials on VDOE website relative to evaluations of superintendent. You must also certify in writing that you have completed and reviewed the materials. By June 17th, 2024, you will be provided with the evaluation instrument. You will also be provided with any documentation evidence complied by the school superintendent, school board attorney, and school board clerk for using in evaluation use in evaluating their performance. You will be given 10 business days to complete evaluations. Completed evaluations are to be turned in by no later than 3:30 p.m. on July 1st, 2024. Evaluations received after this date will not be considered. Evaluations of the school superintendent and school board attorney are to be hand-delivered in a sealed envelope to the clerk of the school board. Evaluations of the clerk are to be hand-delivered in a sealed envelope to the Chief Finance Officer of Suffolk Public School, Mrs. Forsman. I, along with Vice Chair, will aggregate the results of the individual evaluations and provide the aggregated results along with the individual board members' evaluations to those who were evaluated. Evaluation results will be provided to those who were evaluated no later than the 7 days before the closed meeting of the school board when the results are to be discussed. I am also appointing a committee to develop an evaluation instrument for the purpose of evaluating and performance of the members of the school board. I am appointing member Dr. Brittingham, Ms. Slingloff, and Mr. Riddick to serve on this special committee. This committee will issue a report on the evaluation instrument at the July 11, 2024 meeting of the school board. And when I put in that we have 10 business days, if you want to bring it in earlier than the 10 business days, you're welcome to do that. But you have 10 business days to turn in all evaluations. And I requested that we all look at the training and, on the VDOE website and to certify and turn it in that we did do our due diligence. So if we have any questions prior, we can address them. But I'm asking now that you do your training that's provided. You have any questions?
Thank you for laying this out. I'm probably going to have to go back, and I think I wrote down all the dates accurately, but I might have to re-listen to it again.
I will send them to everyone anyway. I'm going to send it to you.
That would be fantastic. If you
Yeah.
could also include the link to the PowerPoint, that would make it.
Absolutely.
That would be awesome. Thank you for pulling all this together. I appreciate it, first of all, and for allowing this discussion tonight. I do want to ask, June 17th is when we can begin the evaluation process. Will we be receiving all of the evidence in a bound book, or is this something that we are going to be receiving electronically, or both? Can we get both?
I know we received it in a bound book before. You provided that for us in a bound book. So we will probably do it that way as well. We're going to be going back to how we last did it when Dr. Brooks Buck was chair. I think it worked easier that way, and it was fair among everyone.
Okay. So when we turn it back in, are we turning the bound book back in with it as well? Is that the thought?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. And then can you explain to me just a little bit so that I understand this committee, what this is going to look like? Because you said July 11th committee.
Right.
Is that right?
So in a lot of cases, different board members are evaluated of how are we progressing. We have a lot to take on, so we need to evaluate ourselves to see where we stand, where are we up here and where are we in the middle and where we need to work on. So I just thought it would be great to have a committee where you all would come up with an instrument so we can evaluate ourselves.
Okay.
And, you can let me know those that I felt would be great at this, putting it together. If you would want to decline, let me know and we can use and appoint someone else. But I think, it would be great to have you all and have your input.
And our feedback should be completed by July 11th?
Yes.
Okay. So with regards to that committee, when Mr. Riddick's here, after we have a chance to talk, then I'm assuming, since it's not you're creating a committee right now, that it would still need to be advertised online as a meeting, posted, since there's 3 of us.
Yes.
Okay.
So if you could let us know when you would want to meet, or whether we will definitely follow protocol.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Very much.
Anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
there is a board evaluation instrument that we used, unless you want to develop a new one, because the board has one that VSBA gave us to use. So if they want to look at it, at least when they're developing
Right.
their instrument,
We will
it
definitely-
might be something that you want to give them.
Right, as a
'cause I've
guideline.
just pulling that out of the air might be difficult for anyone, I would think, I don't know. But
We will
did a
definitely
board
provide that
evaluation.
for a guideline.
We did do a board self-evaluation before when I was chair, and we used the instrument that we were given. We didn't sort of create one. We used the one that existed. So that would at least give you some place to start.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. Thank you.
Madam Chair, that just made me think of one more thing. When we determine the evaluation instrument for the board, how is that going to be handled? Or is that something that we will all evaluate ourselves, evaluate the board, and then that will be collected again, just like the process for the employee evaluations?
I think we will evaluate each other, and we can evaluate ourselves too. We need to do a self-evaluation. So that's how I would prefer it to be.
So when this is turned in, you'll give us the new timeline for that?
Yes.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
You're welcome. Nothing else to be said? So that's it for our closed session. We need a motion to go into our closed session.
Motion is needed to go into a closed meeting to discuss the following item and subject pursuant to Section 2.2-3711 of the Code of Virginia, 1950 as amended. The discussion or consideration of a student disciplinary matter that would involve the disclosure of information contained in the student's scholastic record, and more specifically, a student appeal from the recommendation imposing a long-term suspension, which is authorized by Section 2.2-3711A2 of the Code of Virginia, 1950 as amended.
So move.
Second.
It has been properly moved in second, and we have to vote. Dr. Buck.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Member Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove?
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins?
Yes.
Motion passed.
And please leave all your electronic devices. Yeah, document only. So you can bring in your laptop, but your cell phones, Apple Watches, need to take a break. Now we need a motion to come back from closed session.
Resolution of certification of the closed meeting of April 11th, 2024 pursuant to Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia. Whereas the School Board of the City of Suffolk convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. And whereas Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by the school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. And therefore be it resolved that the School Board of the City of Suffolk hereby certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, number one, only business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this resolution of certification applies. And two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the School Board of the City of Suffolk.
So move.
Second.
It's been properly moved in second. Are we ready to vote?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Member Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove?
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. We will have a brief recess and we will return back at 5 to 7. the April meeting for Suffolk Public Schools. Now we will have 3 students from various schools to come up and lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance. And we have Daniel Saborski from Nansemond River High School, 9th grader, if you're here. We have Emma Spalding from Florence Bowser Elementary, 4th grader. And come to the podium right here, sir.
Daniel.
Right here.
Podium.
So we can hear you.
The podium.
No, it's fine. And we have Jade Van from Kilby Shores Elementary, 3rd grade. Let's give them a hand as they come. And we'd like to thank the parents for agreeing to let your child come and participate with us tonight. Let's please stand. And you can start the Pledge of Allegiance for us.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And stand right there so I can get a picture. Thank you so much. Awesome job. Now we will have a moment of silence. Thank you. We will have our mission statement read by Vice Chair Howell.
The mission of Suffolk Public Schools is to produce 21st century learners that will become productive citizens in society, foster a dynamic, safe, and nurturing learning environment, partner with school community for the benefit of students and staff, strengthen the school division by employing a highly qualified and diverse staff, effectively and efficiently manage capital and human resources, effectively communicate to increase community investment.
Thank you. So now we are in for a treat. I've been calling and calling all over the country trying to find one of the best bands in the land. And they flew in all the way from northern Suffolk, from Colonel Fred Cherry, just to be with us tonight. And when I tell you these are stellar musicians, you will, if you stay here, you will hear that for yourself. So without further ado, are you going to?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Ms. Jenkins had actually had the idea of bringing in this outstanding band from Colonel Fred Cherry as we were at the Purple Star recognition at Colonel Fred Cherry Middle School. I know that the principal, Dr. Jamel Gibson, is here. Assistant Principal, Ms. Looney Gill. Assistant Principal, Ms. Vaughn, is here. And this outstanding band that we are about to hear, directed by Mr. Russell Andrews, is one of the best bands in America, regardless of the level. You will be able to tell by the pieces you hear tonight. So, Mr. Andrews, at this time, we will turn it over to you.
Colonel Fred Cherry Middle School is named after Colonel Fred Van Cherry, a famous U.S. Air Force pilot born and raised in Suffolk, Virginia. He was hardworking, fought many wars, and received many awards in his career. Likewise, the Colonel Fred Cherry Band is always working hard to bring music to life. Colonel Fred Cherry Middle School celebrated earning a Purple Star Award with his performance by the band on January 16, 2024. On February 22nd, the band performed at the Joint Force Command Base in recognition of African American history. The most notable feat was that the Colonel Fred Cherry Band earned a superior rating back-to-back at the 2023 District Band Assessment and the 2024 District Band Assessment. Now, the band is here, thanks to our special invitation from the school board. The Colonel Fred Cherry Band is pleased to be here, and we hope this is an enjoyable performance for you all.
Thank you, thank you. You get a 10. You get a 10. And the gavel. You did great. You did great. Thank you so much. You know, you need to be at the Super Bowl at halftime next year. You know, I see all the bands every year, but I think you can handle it. I think you can handle it. Thank you so much for your talent. Do you, Mrs. Dr. Brittingham, you have anything to say?
That was amazing. What talent all the way through that group right there. I've not heard students play that well in a very long time. Congratulations. You have done a good job with these students.
Board Member Riddick.
A 10 is an understatement. I give you infinity. You all rock the house. Come on, give it up for him one more time. It brings me great joy to be able to celebrate along with you as parents and our communities as partners to see our students come and showcase just a snippet of what truly goes on in the classroom. I cannot wait to, have you had your spring concert yet? Woo! I can't wait to be there. Oh my God. This is outstanding. Keep up the great work, and I look forward to seeing even greater things coming from you all, outstanding musicians. Thank you.
Before I let the next person, I want to personally thank Mr. Andrews. I know we were bugging you and said, you got to get him here. So thank you so much for what you do and the time that you're a great musician yourself. I don't know if everybody knows that, but he will make a piano just sing and whatever. He's awesome. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. Ms. Byron. Ms. Linglow, I'm sorry.
Well, I just want to congratulate you all on a phenomenal job. You did outstanding, and I want to encourage you to continue up the hard work, because I know it looks easy. It looks easy from this end, but I know it takes a lot of time, a lot of investment and hard work. Don't quit. Keep going, because you guys are doing a phenomenal job. And Mr. Andrews, thank you for cultivating this talent in these students and for investing yourself in them, because that makes all the world a difference. If you weren't here and if you weren't investing in them and if you weren't building the relationship and rapport with them, we wouldn't be seeing them today doing this, performing this well. So congratulations to all of you.
Ms. Byron.
Ditto to what everyone said. Thank you to the parents, I'm sure, who have an instrumental part in doing this. We couldn't do it without you. Mr. Andrews, you're phenomenal. I know your record is wonderful. We so appreciate the music educators in our school. I see Dr. Neighbors is in the audience taking videos and so forth, and I know she's applauding as well. To the students, the dedication that it takes, and practice. I know you've heard that a lot. But I would put this group up against almost any group I've heard recently. And I only see bigger and better things for you. And I hope you will continue, as Ms. Slingloff said, to practice and use your talents, because you really are gifted. You are gifted. And thank you to Dr. Gordon and his staff for making sure that these students are highlighted more and more, because that is what we need to see. Taxpayers' money well spent, and we are investing in you. We have invested in you throughout your career, and we will continue to do that. And we will watch you and look for the bigger and better things, because you're going to really go places. You really are. Thank you so much for that wonderful performance.
Dr. Buck.
Thank you. Since I believe I was the person who said, bring my band here. This is my neighborhood. Hi, y'all. These are the Hawks, and they showed you what they could do. They are wonderful, so gifted, so talented, and they showed you what they could do tonight. I definitely echo what everyone has said. You did a marvelous job. You did not let me down at all. I brag about you to everybody, and I videotaped you at Northern Shores. I let people listen to that all the time as well. So I just want you to know that. Thank you for a wonderful music program, and thank you for the hard work that all of you do. Just echoing what everybody else has said. Keep doing what you're doing. You do a great job at it. I'm very proud of all of you. Thank you.
Vice Chair Howell?
Well done, Hawks. Thank you for sharing your gifts with us. I am sure you might be a little overwhelmed and weary of hearing all the grown-ups talk, but we all commend you on your effort, and thank you for Mr. Andrews for the service you bring to our community.
Thank you so much. We will give them time to go out.
That little young man who spoke first was wonderful young man. Dr. Bird's over there, he knows. He's a band person.
Thank you, parents, grandparents, siblings, aunts, uncles. Thank you so much. Now we will move to the next thing on our agenda. We will have public comments regarding the elementary rezoning. If you have not filled out this form, which is outside that door to speak, you have a few minutes to do that now. And if you have, the clerk should have it. That's how we're going to call your name. Anyone? Going once. It's gone. Now we have action on closed meeting item. I need a motion.
I move to approve that we uphold the appeal. I'm sorry, we uphold the decision.
Second.
It has been properly moved in second. Are we ready to vote?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Brooks-Buck?
Yes.
Board Member Byram? Yes. Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove?
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Now we need a motion for approval of the agenda.
I move to approve the agenda.
Second.
It has been properly moved in second.
May I, Madam Chair?
Yes.
May I make a slight adjustment to the verbiage? Because I don't want there to be any question with the two items that are on new business, number 4 and number 5. Number 4 is about superintendent reporting. It's not just accreditation or about the schools, Mac Ben Jr. and JFK, so I don't want that to limit the discussion. And then the second one, number 5, is a discussion about climate survey, not just limited to the results and the questions. I just want to make sure that we're not.
So can you clarify what you want instead of saying, tell me what it entails?
Yeah, no, for the climate survey, it is a discussion to receive all of the questions and the surveys and all of the results as well. But I would also like to discuss going forward potentially.
And the number 4.
That's number 5. Number 4 is to discuss, number 4, the reporting is to discuss assessments and testing, school staffing and attendance reporting, as well as the ATSI and TSI schools. I just didn't want it to be limited. I mean, it's the right ballpark. I just want to make sure when we get there that I'm not shut down in some way because of the verbiage.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do we need to amend the motion, or?
I'm not really clear on what she is asking to be added. I would imagine that once the discussion gets underway, I don't think anyone is going to be limiting Board Member Slinglove from sharing whatever she wants to share, as long as it has something to do with the accreditation. Are you asking that the accreditation be beyond Mac Ben Jr. and John F. Kennedy Middle School?
I'm asking for, and it started out with quarterly reports, but actually 3 reports from the superintendent informing the board about academic achievement and testing, as well as attendance and staffing, where we are with staffing. So it does apply to accreditation, and it does also include look at the ATSI, TSI schools, but it's not solely that.
But my question is it only about Mac Ben Jr.?
No.
So it's about more than just those 2 schools?
It's the whole division for all schools.
But it all pertains to accreditation?
Ultimately, most of it falls under accreditation, the attendance and the academic achievement, yes.
Okay, so I guess the discussion could just be, you just remove Mac Ben Jr. and John F. Kennedy Middle School and just have a discussion on quarterly basis status reports regarding school accreditation. Wouldn't that do it?
As long as staffing can also be included in there.
Well, if that's part of the accreditation, which I think you just said it is,
Okay. Well,
so I think that would do it.
I'm not sure that it falls under accreditation, if somebody else can validate that. But, I mean, originally, when it was put on the agenda, it was put on climate survey and quarterly update reports. So that's why I assumed it was moved from the work session originally in the agenda, moved to new business. That's what I thought the topic, the way it was going to be placed in there. So, but this, I just wanted clarification.
Okay, so it won't be solely, because I thought in your communication it had Mac Ben and JFK.
That was part of it, but there was my original communication back in February included an extensive list of things, and that ended up with that being added to the report in addition, being addressed.
Okay. So again, I guess my question is, do we go on with the motion that is on the floor, or?
I would imagine you can just go with the motion on the floor, with the understanding that the discussion under item number 4 would extend beyond Mac Ben Jr. and John F. Kennedy Middle School.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, are we ready to vote?
You mean to approve the agenda?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Brooksbuck?
Yes.
Board Member Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove?
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Next, we have public speakers on agenda topics.
It is the intent of the school board to ensure that the affairs of the board be conducted in an open and orderly manner, that all persons desiring to address the board are afforded an opportunity to do so in the order in which they sign up to speak, that persons in attendance may observe and hear the proceedings of the board without distraction, and that the members of the board and board employees are able to transact the business of the board without minimal disruption. Any persons addressing the board shall, 1, confine their comments to matters germane to services, policies, and affairs of the school board or Suffolk Public Schools. 2, refrain from words or statements which from their usual construction and common acceptance are construed as insults and tend to incite violence or breach of the peace. 3, refrain from obscenity, vulgarity, or other breach of respect. 4, comply with the time limit for public comment as set by the board, which can be up to 5 minutes, unless the board, through the exercise of its discretion, decides to allow less than 5 minutes for public comment. 5, refrain from cumulative or repetitive remarks. And 6, refrain from making any comment regarding any pending student discipline or employee grievance matters. The appropriate form for such matters is the applicable administrative hearing provided by state law or, where appropriate, court proceeding. Persons must not engage in disorderly, disruptive, or boisterous conduct, such as, but not limited to, making noise, use of profane language or obscene gestures, yelling or similar demonstrations that interrupts or disturbs the peace of the good order of the meeting. Persons addressing the board may deliver to the board or its clerk written materials including reports, statements, exhibits, letters, or signed petitions, and may also make use of any chart or graph during their verbal presentation. The school board welcomes comments from the public as appropriate. Board members will listen to public comment but will not comment, deliberate, or take action on them. The school board chair may direct the superintendent to investigate items and report back to the school board at a subsequent meeting. The chair or other presiding officer shall preserve decorum and shall decide all questions of public order, subject to appeal to the board. At the request of the chair, a city police officer shall act as sergeant-at-arms at tonight's board meeting. The officer shall, under the direction of the chair or other presiding officer, have charge of the meeting area, the waiting areas, and corridors adjacent thereto, and shall prevent disorder or interruption of the business of the board. Our first speaker is Laura Welton regarding Laura Welton regarding staff and students receiving May 24th, 2024 off.
Good evening, Dr. Gordon, Madam Chair, and school board members. My name is Laura Welton. My address is 5015 Brayley Lane. I am currently a kindergarten teacher at Creekside Elementary and a mom to 5 students within Suffolk Public Schools. I'm here tonight to express my appreciation for including the discussion on granting staff and students Friday, May 24th off. In my time at SBS, I have noticed that we have used very few inclement weather days. However, with a shortened Christmas break this year and a sudden change in schedule for the 24-25 school year, many teachers, myself included, are feeling overwhelmed and frustrated. It is important to recognize that teachers typically begin preparing for the next school year weeks before they have to report to their assigned building. The earlier date of return has compounded this sense of being overwhelmed, as it will significantly shorten our summer break. It should also be noted that SAO staff was allowed to leave early on Friday prior to spring break, which they deserved. But unfortunately, all other staff and students were not afforded that same opportunity to begin their spring break early. Considering these circumstances, I believe that giving some of the snow days back would be a gesture of meeting us teachers halfway. Time is incredibly valuable, and what better way to show appreciation than by giving the gift of time? I understand the challenges you face as members of the school board and that you cannot resolve all the problems within our education system single-handedly. However, I firmly believe that finding a balance and showing appreciation for the hard work and dedication of your staff members can contribute to a positive working environment and boost morale. By granting this day off, you will be showing your staff that their hard work and dedication are valued and that their tireless efforts are recognized and appreciated. I will leave you with this final thought. Schools cannot expect outstanding teachers getting outstanding results, doing outstanding things without showing outstanding support. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. We now have reports by Superintendent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to call to the podium Ms. Antoinette Dickens, our Communications and Community Engagement Officer, to provide the good news report, starting off with Stay and Prevail. For our SPS alumni highlight, we've actually altered the definition of that based on some professional learning and book talks that the SAO staff is participating in. SPS Youth Arts Festival 2024, the title of Dream and Art. Our Nutrition Services Food Festival and Show, which is outstanding. SPS Support Staff Professional Development Day 2024. March, it was Music in Our Schools Month, and you just heard from a member of Colonel Fred Cherry Middle School, the Fine Arts Performing Arts Department receiving all superior ratings for band, orchestra, and chorus, which means that they are eligible for a blue ribbon for music education. April is month of the military child. Our IRM Virtual Drone Challenge. First place for middle school, Sean from Kings Fork Middle School. Suffolk Education Foundation of Virtual Business Personal Finance Simulation Software to Lakeland. Our Drive Safe Hampton Roads recognizes Kings Fork High School and Lakeland High School for the second year in a row. Suffolk Public Schools has been named the 2024 Best Communications for Music Education by NAM. And our March Teacher Spotlight, and I will close out with the calendar of special events. Ms. Dickens?
Thank you, Dr. Gordon. Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of our school board, and those joining our meeting this evening. Over the last few months, our superintendent's cabinet team has been reading a book titled Stay and Prevail by Nancy Gutierrez and Roberto Padilla. This book discusses what we call the Leave to Succeed mindset and how school districts and leaders can nurture and support students to find successes here in their own communities. Going forward and included in our alumni highlight will recognize former students who have remained within the city of Suffolk and contributed to the betterment of our community. And tonight we acknowledge High Tide Restaurant and business owner Katie Tu, a graduate of Kings Fork High School, and First Choice Anderson, a medical weight loss practice owned by family nurse practitioner Ms. Talisha Anderson Knight, a graduate of Lakeland High School. And we'll continue to recognize other businesses and organizations throughout the upcoming months. Last month, we hosted our annual Youth Art Festival to celebrate the power of fine arts in our community. And this year, the festival's theme was Dream in Art. SPS music and theater ensembles from various schools performed, and over 40 participating vendors and partners showed their support, including booster clubs, the Suffolk Art League, and the Suffolk Center for Cultural Arts, as well as the Chrysler Museum. In total, we had over 1,000 attendees. We are proud to be a school district that does support the arts, and thanks all of our participating sponsors, vendors, and guests, as well as students, for making this event an overall success. Our Food and Nutrition Services team had an outstanding first ever food festival where over 15 vendors shared very tasty plant-based and protein options for students, parents, and staff to sample and share feedback. Our community enjoyed sampling also various breakfast, lunch, and snack options, and all who attended were impressed with the flavors and variety of options and gave our food services staff valuable insight and feedback. The food services team plans to use this information that they received at the event to include some of the most popular items on the lunch menu for the upcoming school year. Also in March, our school division held another, continuing with the first theme here, another first ever event, our Support Staff Professional Learning Conference, which gave support staff throughout our school division the opportunity to attend conference-style sessions where they could gain insight and training. Staff were also able to attend a vendor fair to schedule mammograms, biometrics, or vision and hearing screenings as well. And so we just want to thank Ms. Ann McCoy, our benefits coordinator, and all who were involved in the planning and the execution of this conference. And there are already plans in the works to host this event again next year, or maybe the following year. All right, we continue again with our first for the night to recognize whom we just heard earlier, Colonel Fred Terry Middle School. The school received all superior ratings in their music assessments for chorus, band, and orchestra. And as was mentioned earlier, for the first time ever, SPS their school is eligible for the Virginia Music Education Association's Blue Ribbon Award for Schools, which is the highest award given to schools' music programs in the Commonwealth of Virginia. We're certainly proud of Dr. Jamel Gibson and the Hawk family at Colonel Fred Terry Middle School. And we also want to congratulate, of course, all of the school's music programs for overall improvement and superior achievement in each category, band, chorus, and orchestra assessments for 2024. We thank our music educators for all they do to support music in our schools. April is the month of the military child, and all month long we'll be celebrating our military-connected students and families. Tonight, we're celebrating the accomplishments of Ms. Hade Pagan Abreu, who was recently named Naval Station Norfolk's 2024 Youth of the Year. The Military Youth of the Year is a component of the national program, and to earn this honor, youth advance through local, state, and regional competitions. Hade is the first Virginia Military Youth of the Year from Naval Station Norfolk in over 10 years. She won the state competition and is now representing the state of Virginia for the regional Military Youth of the Year competition next month in Atlanta. This young lady is a senior graduating with the class of 2024 from Nansemond River High School, where she's also a member of the National Honor Society, the National Arts Honor Society, and the Beta Club. And without further ado, please join me in welcoming to the podium Ms. Hade Pagan Ade.
Hello, everybody. I'd like to introduce my mom, Melissa Abreu Toyens. My dad is deployed right now, but he is here in spirit.
All right, and we'd also like to take a moment as well to recognize Ms. Melissa Johnson. Can you please stand for us? So Ms. Johnson is our military liaison for Suffolk Public Schools. She works tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure that our school district has resources available for our military-connected families, and so we certainly thank her for all of her dedication and commitment to helping Suffolk Public Schools be a successful military school district. Also tonight, we're recognizing Mr. Sean Lorhens, a student at Kings Fork Middle School who recently placed first in both the first and second Defense Threat Reduction Agency, IIRM, Virtual Student Drone Challenge for middle schools. During the challenge, students were given a scenario where they were tasked with virtually piloting a drone. And unfortunately, Mr. Lorhens is not here tonight to receive his certificate, but we will, of course, make sure that he does get his certificate from Dr. Gordon, our superintendent. All right, thank you to the Suffolk Education Foundation for awarding a virtual business personal finance simulation software grant to Lakeland High School. The finance software provides students with a holistic understanding of economics and personal finance with a focus on credit management, which provides students with valuable insights into responsible borrowing, debt management, and the impact of their financial decisions. So again, we certainly just want to thank the Suffolk Education Foundation for giving our students the opportunity to learn such important and necessary life skills. Drive Safe Hampton Roads recognized 19 local high schools for their participation in the Get It Together Seatbelt Challenge. The Seatbelt Challenge emphasizes the importance of wearing seatbelts and promotes safe driving habits. And Kings Fork High School received the Silver Award for total seatbelt usage, and Lakeland High School received the Bronze Award. And we thank the driver education teachers at both schools for their hard work and are proud of our young students who are practicing safe driving habits. With all of the music accolades that you all have heard tonight, it should really not come as a surprise that Suffolk Public Schools has received the 2024 Best Communities for Music Education Award from the NAM Foundation. The foundation recognizes school communities for the outstanding efforts of teachers, administrators, parents, and students who are making music a part of a well-rounded education for every child. And as Dr. Gordon mentioned earlier, this is our second year in a row receiving the title. We thank Dr. Jolene Neighbors, our coordinator of fine and performing arts, and everyone on her team and all that they do to contribute to the music success of Suffolk Public Schools. At this time, we can clap. At this time, Dr. Neighbors will present our superintendent and school board with a certificate. All right, and last but not least for our report this evening, we do want to highlight our March teachers selected for our March Spotlight. Ms. Teresa Cole from Kings Fork Middle School, Nicholas Wright, also from Kings Fork Middle School, Melanie Wild from Oakland Elementary, Joel Tice from Oakland Elementary, Cynthia Quisenberry from Oakland Elementary, Elizabeth Zartman from Kings Fork Middle School, Sharonda Lewis from Nansman Parkway Elementary School, Joshua Barnard from Lakeland High School, and Susan Zara from John Yates Middle School. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Dickens, for that. Before I get to the calendar of special events, definitely want to thank Ms. Welton for coming out to speak on behalf of our teachers and staff for getting May 24th off. I think you're going to end up getting what you asked for later on this evening. For the email that we sent out, we always want to make sure that we do everything equitable here in SPS. So those schools that could not leave early because of transportation on the Friday before spring break, they do get out 2 hours early tomorrow. So we want to make sure that we balance all of that out. I also have an update, as earlier today we had our Kings Fork High School honor graduates that were here, 144 honor graduates that were announced, and the total at the time of graduation scholarship money was $7 million. But that was before athletic scholarships were included.
All right.
So the new total is $12,615,792.
Yes.
And I'm sure by the time we get to graduation day, that number is going to eclipse $13 million. Excellent job by Mr. Bryant and the entire Kings Fork High School family. Thank you to Jolene Neighbors for the, once again, recognition for the NAN Foundation for our second year in a row. That's just big time being the best community for music education. As we know, April is National Poetry Month, School Library Month, World Autism Month. The end of the third grading period was today. Half day for clerical tomorrow, early dismissal for students. Now also going to be early dismissal for our school staff as offices will close 2 hours early. Beginning of the fourth 9 weeks officially begins tomorrow. We had a great time with some of our educational activities that were planned for the solar eclipse. We had several members of the SAO that were out there. Thank you to Dr. Leitner for supplying us with the proper glasses. Since we were talking about Ms. Johnson and the great job that she does as our military school liaison, everyone wore purple on Monday. Purple, Monday, April 15th is Purple Up Day for the month of the military child. As a former member of the Interstate Compact for Military Children, that was something that we always pushed at the state level. So everyone in our school community, please wear purple on Monday. Report cards will be distributed on April 19th. April 21st to the 27th is Administrative Professionals Week. Earth Day is coming up on the 22nd. National School Bus Driver Appreciation Day is April 23rd. Administrative Professional Day specifically itself is the 24th. Our next parent-teacher conference, which will also be our early dismissal for students, is April 26th. As we transition into the month of May, May is National Physical Fitness and Sports Month, Asian Pacific Heritage, American Heritage Month, Jewish American Heritage Month, National Military Appreciation Month. National School Principals Day is May 1st, so we're going to celebrate you, Dr. Gibson, out there. National Physical Education and Sports Week is May 1st to the 7th. Dr. Whiting did a great dinner for the school board and staff tonight. School Lunch Hero Day is May 3rd. Lawrence Whiting and the entire team, those are my school lunch heroes. National Teacher Appreciation Week is May 6th to the 10th. National School Nurse Day is May 8th. National Teacher Appreciation Day itself is on the 7th. And Madam Chair, our next school board meeting is going to be May 9th. That concludes the superintendent and the good news report.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gordon, and everyone who spoke. And thank you again, Little Miss Spalding, for coming out and doing our Pledge of Allegiance on your way out. So now we will go to our consent agenda. May I have a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Second.
It has been properly moved and second. Are we ready to vote?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Brooks-Buck?
Yes.
Board Member Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove?
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Now we're going to unfinished business, and we have several ordinance that we need to take action on. Do you want to do them all together, or we want to take them one by one?
Let's take them one by one.
Okay. So the first ordinance is ordinance 2324-70, an ordinance amending Chapter 2, Article 2, Section 2-2,
6-1 entitled School Board Norms, Protocols, Violations of the Policies of the Suffolk City School Board, second reading. Do you want me to go through all of them, or anyone have anything? We're going to take them one on one?
Okay. You want a motion?
Yes.
Move to approve.
Second.
Is there any discussion?
I do have discussion about it. I just really wanted to know what prompted all of these additions to this policy.
One, I can speak on part of it. I believe that we had been discussing in our last few meetings about protocols and following policies, and I think the policy committee just took it and added things. I don't know if you've taken out anything, but if anybody on the policy committee would like to speak to that.
We began to look at we were asked to look at the policies, as a matter of fact. I believe the recommendation to look at these policies came from, you asked us to look at some policies, Mr. Riddick, and so we began to look at these policies and look at all of our committees, our committee assignments, and all of those, and so this was an outgrowth of looking at our policies. We just took the whole thing out and started looking at it, and that's what we did. So we came up with, if you look at that particular policy that you asked about 22-24-79, I believe that's the one that we're looking at now. Is that the first? No, -70.
70.
You want to look at it separately, right?
Yes.
So as we began to look at the policies, we just went through them to see where amendments needed to be made. And you asked how we made the changes. I don't see 70 up here.
Madam Chair, when I have
I'm thinking.
Looking at numbers 7 through 16, this looks exactly like the VSBA Code of Ethics that we were asked but not required to sign back at the beginning of the year, and several members chose not to sign. They asked if there was any legal consequence to it. They were told no, so I'm a bit frustrated and disappointed that we're trying to, I guess, force this upon board members. It seems unnecessary to me. And then as far as number 6 goes, where it asks, it says, if considerable work or time is required to create a report requested by the administration by a board member, then the full school board must endorse the request, and that is underlined. I think that is ridiculous. It's poor practice. I think it should read that by a majority vote, not requiring every single school board member to agree upon it. I don't think there's anything else we do in conducting our business that requires every single one of us to agree upon it. So I would change in number 6 that it should be a majority vote of the board members is required, and I would strike 7 through 16 altogether.
Well, when we had the discussion at the Policy Review Committee, the reason that we did not do that is because what we were asking requires quite a bit of work when it comes to doing the work of the school system. And so that's why we said that we must be in agreement with regard, and that's in agreement completely, not just some of us would like for the school board to go about creating a report that requires a lot of work, a lot of man hours, taking people away from the jobs that they have. One of the examples that we gave with regard to doing some of the work is this. In the middle of, for instance, well, some of the things that we thought about in the creation of some of this, in the middle of getting ready for our finance report, getting ready for our budget, dropping everything to create a whole new report on some other information that wasn't related to what people had to do then. Looking at the numbers of staff that we have and creating reports in the middle of when a new report is due doesn't seem to make sense. And it would seem that whether you have a majority of votes or not, it would seem that all of us would think about the numbers of staff we have when we have departments with 3 people in them 4 people in them, and we're asking people to drop what's due by forever, a suspense date, for example, a suspense date, if we have to have something into City Council by April 1st, our entire budget, dropping that and saying, well, we want you to work on something that a particular board member has gathered votes on to push forward that doesn't have anything to do with the materials we have to get in. We want the whole staff in that department to stop doing what they're doing because I want to report for whatever reason. Okay? And so as we had that discussion, and we did go back and forth with that, that's why we came up with everybody agreeing on it, because there has to be a need for this information, not just, I want this to pass along, I want this to pass along to people to post, I want this to show. That kind of thing we're trying to avoid, and that kind of thing has happened, and because it has happened, and we know that's the kind of thing that happens, that was why we came up with people needed to come to agreement that this is something that the board, the entire board, feels is necessary in order for us to move forward, because we can get off track with a lot of things, and that's why we looked at that in that way. You asked why we looked at that in that way, and that's why we looked at those things in that way. Does that answer your question, Mr. Riddick?
My questions have been answered. I'm ready to vote.
Okay.
Okay.
Is that for?
Are we ready to vote now?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
No.
Board Member Dr. Brooks-Buck?
Yes.
Board Member Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
No.
Board Member Slinglove?
No.
Vice Chair Howell?
No.
Board Chair Jenkins?
Yes.
Motion failed.
Number 2, ordinance 2324-71, an ordinance amending Chapter 2, Article 2, Section 227, entitled School Board Standing Committees, Foundations, Special Committees of the Policies of the Suffolk School Board, second reading. Can I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
It's been properly moved and second. Do we have a discussion?
Madam Clerk. Madam Chair, sorry. My mind's somewhere else right now. Let me get back to the business. Madam Chair.
Yes.
I'm concerned by what appears to me as an attempt to somewhat stifle board members and their right to do business. I believe that the checks and balance for adding an item to an agenda is the vote of the members, because the power doesn't rest in one member of this body of 7, but it rests in the majority of the 7. It's the will of the board. And to me, I believe that is sufficient enough as to whether you add an item or take an item. And then the way that part was brought about doesn't sit well with me as well. So that's my discussion, and that will be my reasons for my vote.
Anyone else? Let me ask.
I believe that
No, I'm
this,
sorry.
this one, are we on the same policy? 71, the changes.
71.
Any
On
change,
70.
addition, or revision to policies of the school board must be presented to the Policy Review Committee.
We're on 71.
That's 71. The school board cannot revise any policy of the school board or vote on the adoption of a new policy of the school board that has not first come before the Policy Review Committee. That's what 71 is about.
My commentary still remains the same with that as well. Madam Chair, in the effort of transparency, I don't have my Chromebook with me, so I have my handwritten notes, so
Okay.
I'm a little bit.
So,
So
Madam
tell me
Chair.
about what, can you expound? Because I want to make sure you're clear at what.
I mean, my position is clear. I'm ready to vote.
Okay. Any more discussion?
The only question I have is, we sat here and talked about this, and this is the second reading on this. We wanted things to go through the Policy Review Committee and then come back before the board for a vote. Do we not want that? Because the Policy Review Committee is supposed to meet 4 times a year. We've been meeting every month trying to get things done that people wanted us to hear. If we are now changing that we don't want policies to go through policy review, I don't know what we're doing. I'm just confused, okay? I'm just confused.
Yes, Board Member Slingler.
I would like to speak to that. It seems, I understand that this is, you're wanting to send it back to Policy Review Committee. It seems funny to me that we couldn't present something in a board and have 4-3 vote, or 5-3 vote, or 6-3 vote, or 7-3, basically, to pass something in one of our meetings. We couldn't go with the will of the majority of the board on something, but yet we would send it back to Policy Review Committee and ask for only 2 of the 3 members of Policy Review Committee to approve it in order to send it to the board. If 2 of the 3 Policy Review Committee members shoot it down, then 2 out of the 7 board members have now shot down effectively a policy coming to the board. And that doesn't seem equitable in any way. I mean, that certainly usurps the will of the board.
So let me ask this, do you want it to go back to be revised, or are we just going to go ahead and vote on it?
Madam Chair, can I provide some context?
Absolutely.
I think that you misunderstand exactly your role and that of the Policy Review Committee. If you as a board took a vote and you said that you wanted the Policy Review Committee to develop a policy that said X, Y, and Z, the Policy Review Committee would then have to do that. So it's not that the Policy Review Committee is usurping any authority of this board. The thing that I think you should be concerned about is trying to craft a policy during a school board meeting. That's going to be extremely difficult for you to do. The other thing is that some of these policies, they do have legal ramifications. And so you do need time to consider the legal ramifications of policies as they are adopted. And you're not going to be able to do that at a school board meeting. I think that you may want to just keep in mind that you still have the authority to direct the Policy Review Committee to develop a policy a certain way. That has not left you. You still have the authority to do that. And what you may want to consider doing is exercising that authority, but still let things go to policy review and let it come back to you for a vote.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I explored that route, and looking at some of the policies that is coming down, the quite opposite was done. I'm not saying that I want to sit on the dais and draft policy, but I am saying some of these policies that are coming to this board now seems a little bit reactive since the February meeting. And because at the February meeting, something happened that a lot of people didn't like for various reasons. I believe the board, I know my mind is made up, and I believe a motion is on the floor in a second. I'm ready to vote as is now.
Okay. Everybody?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
No.
Board Member Dr. Brooks-Buck?
Yes.
Board Member Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
No.
Board Member Slinglove?
No.
Vice Chair Howell?
No.
Board Chair Jenkins?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Motion failed.
We are at number 3, ordinance 23-2472, an ordinance amending Chapter 2, Article 3, Section 2-3, to entitle Business of the School Board Meeting Open to the Public, Agenda Packets, placing items on the agenda, photographing and recording of meetings allowed, special meetings, quorum, minutes of the policies of the Suffolk Public School Board, second reading. I need a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
It's been properly moved and second. Are there any discussions?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
The revision that was made to this policy, I made a phone call. I know that another board member did too, to FOIA, to find out whether or not it would be a problem to do something like this. And the response that we received was no, it is not. Just as the agenda is changed hours before we meet, we add additional information. This is no different than that based on what the FOIA counsel shared with me. And so I am not in agreement with this revision because it's simply not true.
Anyone else?
Let me say this. If we are sitting here and we went through this and we went through the meetings and we did all that we did so that you can sit and object to every policy we've had for over 60 days, let's just not do that because it's a waste of everybody's time and effort. And we took legal advice, not from the FOIA counsel, which, by the way, doesn't go to court with us. We took legal advice from our attorney who sits on our staff. So if we're going to disregard his legal advice, because FOIA doesn't go to court with you, we know that, we've been there before, calling up and trying to get them to say whatever they say, and then deciding that we're not going to listen to our attorney doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Thank you. Are we ready to vote?
Madam Chair, I just want to go on the record and state my reason before someone else paint my story. I stated that I believe the checks and balance for this is the vote of the 7. The same way one board member can bring up an idea to do something, the way it works is you take it to a vote. Our norms and protocol says that you take it to the vote, and it's the will of the board. So if the will of the board does not want to add an item to the agenda, then it's dead. If the will of the board is, then it is. But the board also have to bear in mind that if you add something to the agenda, you run the risk of not being able to have your questions answered if staff doesn't have adequate time to prepare. And then you could always come back and exercise a motion to table or to bring it up at a subsequent meeting. However, sometimes it is difficult to get items on the agenda. And this is one way that you can at least go on the record publicly of trying to get it on the agenda, and then it's still at the will of the board. That's not making slight of the attorney from my perspective regarding me, myself, Tyron Riddick, and my one vote. The reason why I am going to vote the way I'm going to vote is because I believe that the system of checks and balances in this democracy that we operating up here at this dais is sufficient enough. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
In the interest of transparency, you and I spoke about this, I guess a couple days ago now. I've lost my memory other than the past 24 hours. And I am opposed to this, as I told you, because I feel it is restrictive of items that may pop up and need to be addressed in a timely fashion. And it's restrictive overall in the board being able to conduct business that they may deem important and of time sensitivity to their borough. So I just wanted to be transparent with the public and the rest of my colleagues that you and I have talked about this and you know where I stand.
Attorney Waller, do you have anything to add to that?
I am not a member of the Policy Review Committee. However, I do sit in and I hear the discussions. And one of the things that was driving this policy has nothing at all to do with checks and balances. What it does have something to do with is allowing the public an opportunity to comment on items that are coming before the school board. By being able to add items to the agenda during the board meeting will not afford the public an opportunity to comment on any of those items before a vote is taken. One of the things you need to be concerned about is, what if a board member asks to have an item added to the agenda that impacts school academics? What if a board member made a motion that was seconded that directly impacted students, and then there's a vote by this board to approve it? Parents would not have an opportunity to vote to voice any opposition in support of or in opposition to that action. I think that if you're going to go this route, you need to have some parameters around it. For example, if the board wants to add an item to the agenda that pertains to board governance, I think that's fine. But I don't think it would be appropriate for the board to be adding items to the agenda that impact students, on which parents or other citizens will not have an opportunity to speak in favor of or against before there is a vote. Oftentimes, this board has spoken about transparency. Well, if you're going to be transparent, the way you be transparent is that you allow the public an opportunity to voice their opinion on items that affects them before you vote. And that was the driving force behind this policy. It had nothing at all to do with checks and balances.
Madam Clerk, all that sounds great. Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I'm just not there. I got a lot going on, definitely family and stuff. But Madam Chair, first, excuse me for calling you Madam Clerk. I got a lot going on today. That would be fine with me if that was actually what was being suggested. But what's being brought forth today to me, and the way I process it, was February, there was a meeting that came forth, an item was added, the results were not favorable from some people. And now in the next meeting, we get this. So if it was about being transparent and giving parents an opportunity to weigh in, then I would see that reflected in the language. So I'm fine with sending this back to policy review so it can be corrected and have that language reflected in it. But as it stands, as I read it now with the amendment, I don't see where that is reflected.
Okay, can we amend the motion so we can send it back? And
Madam Chair. I need to say that the work of developing a policy has nothing to do with an attitude or with opinions or anything else, and I think that needs to be understood. Policies are not developed for people's attitudes or whatever most of the time, at least in my opinion, and my approach is that we try to keep ourselves out of trouble with the policies that we develop. When we put this policy together, it was that we understood that, one, the 7 of us in front of an audience could not amend policies. That was the one that we just refused to pass. We wanted it to go to policy review. We sent all this stuff through policy review. We developed a policy, we discussed the policy, we took it to protocol, it's been voted against. I don't understand the purpose of going through. If we're going to wait another 60 days and do this again, we're not accomplishing our purpose. I won't amend the policy. We can vote it up or vote it down, but we can do whatever we want with it. I won't amend it, somebody else can.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I would ask that we just go ahead and vote on the motion that's on the table.
Yeah.
We'll vote it up, vote it down, whatever it is.
Okay. We're ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
No.
Board Member Dr. Brooks-Buck?
Yes.
Board Member Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
No.
Board Member Slinglove?
No.
Vice Chair Howell?
No.
Board Chair Jenkins?
Yes.
Motion failed.
Okay. Number 4, ordinance 23-2473, an ordinance amending Chapter 7, Article 20, Section 723, entitled Search of Registry and Founded Child Abuse Complaints when applicant has resided in another state, when applicants denied employment, providing false information of policies of the Suffolk Public School Board. Second reading.
Move to approve.
Second.
It's been properly moved and second. Are we ready to vote?
Board members, please vote. Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Dr. Brooks-Buck?
Yes.
Ms. Byram?
Yes.
Mr. Riddick?
Yes.
Ms. Slinglove?
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Number 5, ordinance 23-24-74, an ordinance amending Chapter 7, Article 24, Section 724, 1 entitled Assignment and Reassignment of Personnel, School Year Reassignments. Teachers may request change in assignments of the policies of the Suffolk Public School Board. Second reading. May I have a
Move to
motion?
approve.
Second.
It's been properly moved in second. Are we ready to vote?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Brooks-Buck?
Yes.
Board Member Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove?
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Number 6, ordinance 23-24-75, and ordinance amending Chapter 9, Article 11, Section 9-11, 3, entitled Prohibited Conduct Ineligible for Interscholastic Competition, Intervention required when students involved in drug or violent incident of a policy of the Suffolk School Board. Second reading.
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been properly moved in second. Are you ready to vote?
Madam Chair.
You have a discussion?
Yes, please.
Sure.
First of all, I have 2 questions, and then I have one other comment about it. My 2 questions, I'll go ahead and state them. One is, I wanted to know what prompted this policy revision. I also wanted to know whether this would limit any organizations in a discriminatory way, and that leads me to point E on the 3rd page that states, the superintendent is authorized to promulgate regulations to implement this policy as needed and will establish a priority of use, which
Yeah, which,
You're on 76 instead of 75, I
sorry,
think.
I'll
That's
hold
okay.
it for the next one.
okay.
Sorry.
Are we ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay.
Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Brooks-Buck?
Yes.
Board Member Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove?
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Now, number 7, ordinance 23-24-76, an ordinance replacing Chapter 10, Article 11, Section 10-11.2, entitled Groups Permitted to Use School Facilities, Requirements for Use by Religious Organizations, Exemption to 100-day limit, Superintendent to make report, Superintendent to develop regulations for its implementation of the policies of the Suffolk City School Board. Second reading.
Move to adopt.
Second.
It's been properly moved in second. Is there a discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I apologize that I was off a policy. Again, I will state my questions. What prompted this policy revision? And I'm concerned, I want to know whether this will limit any organizations in a discriminatory way. And my concern that prompted that was section E of the last page right at the end, when it says, as I read before, that the superintendent is authorized to promulgate regulations to implement this policy as needed and will establish a priority of use. I'd like to understand what that priority of use is, because I don't want it to put us in a position where we're potentially discriminating against any organizations that want to use the facilities. Thank you.
Dr. Gordon?
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. So what prompted the revisions to this policy is that our current policy for facility use actually was out of date, where the total number of waivers based on what was historically done, we believe was causing the school division to not be able to properly maintain their facilities when it came to charging fees for use. As an example, an adjustment that we've made is the use of our athletic facilities after our synthetic fields were completed. Establishing for letter E, Ms. Linglef, the second part of your question, where the school superintendent is authorized to promulgate regulations to implement this policy as needed will establish a priority of use. The main characteristic that we use in determining a priority of use is based on the organization, if it lives or works in Suffolk, the total number of Suffolk Public Schools students that are involved, and the potential impact that it would have on the school itself. We also prioritize use based on if the organization already has an existing partnership with the school or the school division. Priority of use also includes when the facility is going to be used. For example, we have had requests for uses of our facilities during the school day, which has been blocked out, but we've also had requests for organizations to use our parking lots on the weekends, which don't really have an impact. So in working with Mr. Hines as well as our Dr. Bird and the school leadership team, we've come up with some ideas on how to make sure that our fee schedule was more up to date when it came to technicians, when it came to custodians, when it came to the actual operations. We had very general, where people could actually rent certain parts of the building hourly in some areas. In some areas, it was based on half day versus whole day. So we wanted to have some consistency with that, which is the reason why we asked for these changes to be made.
Any more questions?
Madam Chair. I have a question under Section B when it talks about the community organizations. The examples that are given are the Boy Scouts of America and Girl Scouts of America. My question is, will this include non-secular organizations as well? I know that we've got some properties that are used from time to time by religious organizations, and I just want to make sure that we are being equitable and not discriminating from that possibility.
Madam Chair? So in letter B, Dr. Brittingham, those are just examples, because we have several, specifically at the elementary level, Cub Scouts and Brownies that use, so those are just being used as examples. As you saw, when it comes to non-secular or religious, there was different parts of the policy that kind of covered that. I want to eliminate any concern that the board has had for discrimination use by any group, as that hasn't been an issue during my 5 years of tenure.
Everyone's discussion final? Okay, let's vote.
Board members, please vote. Please vote. Board member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board member Dr. Brooks-Buck?
Yes.
Board member Byram?
Yes.
Board member Riddick?
Yes.
Board member Slinglove?
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Now we're going to new business. The first one is local plan of budget for career and technical education, CTE, 2024-2025.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is an annual plan that led by Dr. Skinner that must be presented each year as the CTE administrator for the school division. As you can see, the tentative Perkins budget, which is the main focus of this local plan for career and technical education, the tentative Perkins budget for 24-25 is $272,056.73. He includes in the decision-making for this the CTE Advisory Council, of course, our Career Pathway Plan of Study, and our partnership with Paul D. Camp Community College. We also provide examples of the technical skills of students, including understanding all aspects of industry, modernize quality CTE programs, support professional development, use data to evaluate and improve CTE programs, and facilitate linkage between and transition from secondary to post-secondary programs for employment. This also helps to get our Virginia Credential Initiative. For those of you that may have attended Dr. Skinner's job fairs and events that he has at the Hilton Garden Inn, using the Perkins grant money is also how we have been able to purchase new equipment that we have at our College and Career Academy at Pruden. You can see the specific breakdown here of professional development at $39,000, student career leadership activities at $16,000, the modernization of quality CTE programs, that's mainly equipment, sophomore references, and resources for $173,000, the credentialing initiative that I mentioned for $33,000, and our administration and administrative equipment at $9,640, for once again a total of $272,056.73. I ask for approval by the board for our annual CTE plan.
Thank you. Do we have a motion?
A move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. It's been properly moved and second. Is there a discussion?
Madam Chair, I just have
Yes.
one quick question. Dr. Gordon, is this budget, the final number, the $272,000, is that determined by, and that's what we're allotted, and then we just determine how we allocate it? Is that correct?
Dr. Skinner, if you wouldn't mind coming down to address how those resources are determined. I know that the total number of programs as well as the total number of students involved a lot of times is the determining factor. But in case there are any additional specifics that you can relate to Ms. Slingleff, I would appreciate it.
Madam Chair, I might just make one specific. My question and what prompts it, honestly, is looking at last year's CTE budget, Perkins budget to this year, and it's down 9,000. So I was curious if that was, how, and I see the allotments have shifted quite a bit. So if you could just address that. Thank you.
Greetings. No problem. What happens is it's a federal, of course, it comes from federal money, and it's derived in entitlement. It's kind of coming from 70% of the entitlement is based on the poverty level that the state has directed. The other 30% is due to the student enrollment. So every year based on a 70% and a 30% is how we get all funding. So each year is going to go up and down depending upon the poverty level that's established, and then the 30% is based on enrollment in our school district from ages 5 through 17.
You finished? Is that it? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Skinner.
Thank you.
Are you ready to vote?
Yes. Board members, please vote. Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board member Brooks, Dr. Brooks-Buck?
Yes.
Board member Byram?
Yes.
Board member Riddick?
Yes.
Board member Slingleff?
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Number 2, Special Education Annual Plan.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. As a reminder to the board, this was the presentation that Ms. Tawanda Shirley, our Director of Special Education, did earlier this afternoon during our work session. As she mentioned, one of the key factors that we have to make sure that we actually submit this to the State Department prior to May 10th due date, and we're asking for approval for our Special Education Annual Plan.
Motion to approve.
Second.
It's been properly moved and second. Is there a discussion? Seeing none, let's vote.
Board members, please vote. Board member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board member Dr. Brooks-Buck?
Yes.
Board member Byram?
Yes.
Board member Riddick?
Yes.
Board member Slingleff?
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Number 3, Resolution 2324-29, a resolution of the school board for the City of Suffolk, Virginia, amending the 2023-2024 school calendar for Suffolk Public School that was previously approved by the school board at its public meeting held in January 12, 2023, to include May 24th I repeat, May 24th, 2024, as a non-work day for the school employees and a non-instructional day for the students enrolled in Suffolk Public Schools.
Move to approve.
Second.
Dr. Gordon was going to speak.
Yes.
Sorry.
No problem. So a few things that we have to make sure that our school community and our staff is aware of. We are in support of this recommendation. I know that Ms. Jenkins had brought this up with us probably about 6 weeks or so ago. It took the staff some time to make sure that, because that is during the middle of SOL season, Friday is a day that we normally have remediation so that we can have retests or new tests for the following week. We also must consider that this is part of the 180-day or 990-hour threshold that is necessary per the Code of Virginia. And just to make sure that everyone's clear, that 990 hours is impacted when we have situations such as closing down Southwestern Elementary School when we had no power, when we had an active threat to the building at Lakeland High School and those students had to be released 4 hours early. That is also subtracted. It also does not include recess at the elementary level. So every year when Dr. Branch leads the calendar committee, not only is it going to be a regional decision because we know that we have staff that work in other localities, we also have to make sure that we build in additional time for emergencies like that. We still have 9 weeks left. 9 weeks left, and if we do have any other emergencies where we've also had to make adjustments based on flooding and some other issues that have occurred with infrastructure within the city, we always need to make sure that we have a cushion with that. Inclement weather days in Suffolk does not mean snow like it means in other places. Inclement weather days for us sometimes means flooding, power outage, and other emergencies due to people making poor decisions that cause schools to go down. After consulting with our leadership team, thank you for the feedback from Dr. Branch and checking to make sure that our enrichment SOL and remediation schedule was not going to be affected. We are comfortable to include May 2024 as a non-work day for school employees, a non-instructional day. However, do understand that's one less day of prep for our students for any SOL testing. So that's the double-edged sword that we look at. However, we do want to ensure that our staff does have any mental health breaks to be able to provide them with a necessary 4-day weekend towards the end of the school year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you so much for explaining that in detail for us. And thank you for taking the consideration. Are we ready to vote?
I have a question.
Sure.
I support the day, but are there any other days, or was there a better suiting day? Because as you just outlined, it's middle SOL season. So if there's a better day where we can do more, I'm open.
So, Mr. Riddick, there isn't a better day because we sometimes anticipate the Friday before a holiday of being a lightly attended day, unfortunately. So we took that into strong consideration, knowing that that day was going to be set for remediation and we did not have SOL testing on that day. However, we need every other day for the rest of the year, especially for any seniors that may still have some SOL tests that are necessary to graduate. So May 24th is the best day if the board decides to make that decision.
And this is a result of us changing the school calendar for the incoming year to make up for the shortened summer, or is it just given a day?
No, this is just us giving a day. Every year, we always build in extra time for any emergencies or inclement weather. The state allows us to do that. Once again, Mr. Riddick, the threshold is either 180 days or 990 hours. And we have to make sure that we do not go below those thresholds.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'll
Yes.
just ask a quick question. How many inclement weather days do we still have built into our calendar for this year?
It varies. We built in about 6.5 days for the entire year, but Southwestern has 5.5. Lakeland has 4.8. Other schools that have had some threats where they've lost time, it also varies. So, Dr. Brittingham, I'm never comfortable saying that this school has to come to school while this other school does not. So we want to try to make sure that we stay as consistent as we can with the division, but we always need to ensure that we build in that extra time. I need to just continue to reinforce that is necessary to make sure that if there's any emergencies, we do not go below that threshold.
Considering that for next year, we are starting early, so many of these teachers are going to lose a portion of their summer vacation. They had a shortened Christmas vacation. One day seems like a nice gesture, but 2 days would actually really go a long way, I think. In communicating with our staff and our community, that we really do appreciate them, and we do understand that it is a big burden for them to have to come back early this coming school year. I'm grateful that this was put on the agenda and is being voted on. But our educators and our students are working hard, and providing them a day on a long weekend is a good start. But certainly, they deserve more than that. And I understand that you have to have some inclement days built into the calendar as a cushion as well. Thank you.
Madam Chair. So as a reminder to Dr. Brittingham and the rest of the board, next school year actually has 178 days, not 180, based on the calendar adjustment. So yes, it is true that the teachers do have a shorter summer by 4 days this year, but they also have 5 days at the end of the year where they will get out earlier. So it was hard for me to be able to accept, even when the calendar committee's recommendations came forward, that for the first time in a long time, if not ever, that Suffolk Public Schools will not have a 180-day calendar year. So shortening it by 178 days means that we actually will have less bank time for next year. That's the caveat. But to the second part of your point, we do definitely have 2 full weeks for winter break to make up for that. So we took all of those considerations into play when we were making this decision. We cannot give any more days this year, every day. And as members of the class of 2024 who will be in that SOL Academy to make sure they graduate, they need every day. We have students that are testing up until the day before graduation. We cannot have any additional days besides May 24th. So I just wanted to reinforce that thought.
Thank you. Are we ready to vote?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Brooks-Buck?
Yes.
Board Member Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove?
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Requested by, number 4, requested by Board Member Slinglove that the school board receive on a quarterly basis status reports, and now that you've added, I'm not even going to read the whole thing because you say you've changed it, regarding accreditation for McBain Elementary and John F. Kennedy. Can you please clarify that again?
Absolutely. So before I get into this point, I want to take just a moment, if I may, to go over what I found on the website of SPS, including our vision and some of our goals. The vision of SPS is to strive for excellence in education, celebrate diversity, and be committed to students, staff, and school community. 3 of the goals that I want to read, because I think they pertain to some of the discussions tonight. Goal number 1 is students will develop characteristics of a Virginia graduate to include critical thinking, creative thinking, collaboration, communication, citizenship, and growth in order to demonstrate academic excellence. The second goal is to create a dynamic learning environment that promotes high student achievement, stimulates student engagement, supports staff creativity, ensures school safety, and reinforces positive staff and student relationships. And the final one is to ensure the effective and efficient management of capital and human resources for the development and retention of high-quality staff, sustainable operations, and systems. Those are our first 3 goals. And the reason why I wanted to read them tonight is because as I approach these 2 items, I want the spirit of these items and the spirit of the intent behind it to be transparent with everyone here. Because I believe as a board, along with the superintendent and the chiefs of staff and the staff of Suffolk Public Schools, we are a united team, and we should function as a united team. I believe we all have different roles and different tasks that are asked of us. For instance, the superintendent is the one that executes all of the operations of the school system, and I trust that he's doing his job well, and I trust that his leadership, the chiefs that have been appointed and hired underneath him, that they're doing their job, as I trust the principals and vice principals to be doing their job. As the board, ultimately, though, the buck stops with us, and responsibility falls on us. If the school system is being called out in any way, whether it be by the DOE or the VDOE, we are the ones that take responsibility ultimately for the functioning of Suffolk Public Schools. So, as we've mentioned, and as I've heard at numerous number of meetings, there's been the discussion about trust. And I believe that trust is very important. I trust that the superintendent is doing his job. I trust that the leadership, as I mentioned. I trust that the board members are studying and doing their diligence and meeting with their boroughs to do their job well also. I trust that. But trust does not preclude and it does not trump transparency. And I believe that the flip side of this coin is that the more transparent you are, the more trust you build. So in order to effectively feel like I can answer to anyone that approaches me about the success of Suffolk Public Schools, about our standings, I believe that I need to feel more informed with what's going on. And if I point at goals number 1, 2, and 3, to me, the first one being academic achievement, that falls under my request tonight that the board receives quarterly reports. Now, this was first prompted, as I mentioned at the last meeting. I had a meeting with Dr. Lisa Coons, the superintendent of Virginia Public Schools. And when I asked her, I said, what should I, as a board member, be looking for? What reports should I be looking for? And her response to me was in the email that I sent to you on February 29th. And in that I stated, in the quarterly report, that it should highlight school excellence and deficiencies in reading performance, mathematic performance, chronic absenteeism, English reading participation, mathematics participation, English learner progress, as well as a federal graduation index as applicable. So those were the instructions that I received from her. So, and then additionally in that would encompass MacBen, and it would encompass JFK for the ATSI and the TSI schools. So I will state that I don't have all of the knowledge on how to satisfy these reports, but she told me that we should be receiving March, June, September, December quarterly reports to address these things, okay? So that's where this was prompted from. So I have looked at our testing calendar according to Suffolk Public Schools, and I see assessments on here, SOL growth assessments and PALS testing and VAAP. That probably has a different way to say that. And other testing results. I also know there's PSATs and SATs, and now that we're on a block schedule, there's SOLs at the end of the year and the beginning of January, and there's SOLs at the end because they have to be tested according to the core academic subjects. They have to receive those testings. I understand that it's not final until everything comes down with the final VDOE report that's issued in the fall. However, as a board member, I want to have a pulse on our school system throughout the year. I don't want to wait for the accreditation report and the SOL reports to be disclosed in October, November, whenever they're released from the VDOE to say, oh, so that's where we're standing. As a board, I want to be a part of a team that looks at where we're at, a pulse of where we're at, to know that I can stand before my constituents, before anyone that asks, and feel very confident and comfortable with where we are at. You know, you wouldn't just wait till the end of a budget season and to balance your checkbook. You do that periodically to gauge where you're at. And I believe as a board, I would like to see us gauge where we're at. So with that, my motion tonight, I move that the board direct the superintendent to provide reports in December, March, and June of each school year. I limited it to 3. December, March, and June of each school year, updating the school board regarding mandated assessments, attendance, and school staffing, as well as a progress update for ATSI and TSI schools.
May I? Oh, can you ask something first? I thought this was a discussion. I didn't know it was.
Yeah, we're supposed to be discussing it, and then we thought we was in a discussion, and then we would make the motion.
Sorry, I'm sorry, I can pause and reread that for you in a moment. I just thought that it's an info and action, and the discussion comes after the motion.
Can we discuss it before Attorney Waller, or you want to go ahead since she?
You can actually do it either way. You can either have discussion before, or you can have a discussion after.
Okay. So let's go ahead and move to the discussion.
If you're discussing the motion, you need someone to make the second.
I second.
Okay, now we're discussing. Dr. Brooks-Buck?
I think one of the misunderstandings is this. When we look at benchmark testing, and I'm going to make it, I can only give the special ed version because I was a special ed teacher for so long. If we're looking at teaching little children math, in the first quarter we might be teaching adding one and one, and two and two, okay, so single digit numbers. And we might be looking at subtracting single digit numbers. The second set of benchmark tests might be expanded to test something else. It's not a cumulative kind of thing. So it would be different, a different set of information. And the object in the, and just because I was around, being around for a long time, you get to know how it was set up. And so you're setting up, you're evaluating with a criterion reference test different sets of information. It's not that one is layered on top of each other, so it's not like when you get what you get in the next round of tests for the next 9 weeks. For instance, if you were studying, you jumped to maybe 2-digit numbers or 3-digit numbers or whatever. So it's not comparing the same information, if you understand what I'm saying. Maybe I should use a different subject. If we were in elementary education, you were doing water 9 weeks and sand the next 9 weeks and motion the next 9 weeks and whatever. So you're not necessarily laying the same thing on top of each other. You're looking at whether the students meet the criteria within whatever the topic is for that time. So we know all about water in the first one, but we're not doing water the second 9 weeks. We're doing sand the next 9 weeks, to rocks the next 9 weeks. So we've got a different topic, and we want to know if the students met the whatever the criteria are. And so teachers use that information with the benchmarks to see if the kids have met or know and understand that material. That's not necessarily layered on how much you know about water. That's just the second set of benchmark tests. So that's why it's a working document. You can't use that data to then call it an achievement test. That's why when I was talking last, I know it was almost time to go to, well, it was way past time to go to bed by the time I presented, but that was the difference in a criterion reference test and an achievement test. The benchmark test won't give you any information with regard to achievement. They'll let you know if the students know the material in that particular set of questions or that particular data set, okay? That's what that will give you. That helps teachers know what they need to teach or what they need to reteach around the subject. That won't give you whether I'm at 4th grade level or whatever. That'll let you know that they met the objectives for that particular grading period. So that's working data for teachers to use to know what to teach. So giving it to you in the beginning when they give it to you, so you know what students remembered from the year before, and then giving it to you at the end of the year lets you know that they've mastered what the teacher covered during the year. That's why you do it. You have the real test at the beginning. You evaluate them to see where they are or what they had at the end of last year and what they remembered and what you're going into, the topics that you're going into. And then at the end of the year, you evaluate them to see what they've learned all throughout the year and all the topics. So I'm just trying to figure out what we could do other than really confuse people, especially the public, about where students are at the second quarter, at the third quarter. The same thing is true with PALS. It's phonics, phonemic awareness, fluency, comprehension, and what's the last one? Word knowledge. Is it word knowledge? I believe that's the last one of the 5 things you're supposed to know. But it's so that teachers will know what to teach students. It doesn't do us as a board any good to have those scores because it's not going to help us. It's going to help the teacher in between know where she needs to get the student, where they started with the first set of scores she has. And then as he or she works through that, know where they're going to get the students. You know the beginning, you know the end. But the middle is not going to help us as a board report data out to parents unless you know exactly what each individual child doesn't know or what they don't master. So I'm just trying to understand what we think we can do with a report that would be the same, because the reports that you get in the middle are not going to be different because you can't use the benchmark scores because they're just working scores, they're working documents. And I might have confused you even more, but I'm just trying to make it as simple as I possibly can.
Dr. Gordon.
Madam Chair, thank you. Okay, so Ms. Lindler, thank you for kind of explaining what you were looking for. I also had a conversation with Dr. Coons, and her version of your meeting with her and Secretary Cadera were a little different. The quarterly reports that you're referring to are usually designed for schools that are in improvement and are on a memorandum of understanding or on some type of academic plan. So I want to kind of tackle some of the things that you said, because maybe I haven't done a good job of explaining it all, okay? But I appreciate what you're saying about the trust piece. I'm going to kind of go down each one of the different testings that you mentioned. PSAT test, which is habitually normally given to our 10th graders, is mainly for career design. That report is actually provided to us by the College Board. That report comes out in the summer. We have no control over that. SAT, students take SATs a total of 7 to 8 opportunities per year, once again, provided by the College Board. We get the report on that in July because they begin to take the first test for the next year in August. So those two are out of our control. The growth part is currently under transition. As you know, we have a new accreditation and accountability part. To what Dr. Brooks-Buck was saying, the growth is derived by the state when we break our kids up into quartiles. But the growth is not finished until the last growth assessment is done. And that information is not released to us until SOL scores are done. So I can't provide anything to you with that because we have to wait for the state to come up with that. Our coordinator of testing and research, Sean Dickerson, has done a pretty good job of identifying potentially where the numbers will be, but it's not official. SOLs are going to be the driver here, but I'm going to get to that one last. You had mentioned VAP, which is portfolios that are used for special education. Those are due soon. So there is no updates on those until after they're submitted as a form of alternative assessment for our special education students. And then we then get that report back when we get our accreditation information back in the summer. The SOLs is the last piece, and I know you and I have had a conversation because we're on the 4x4, and I appreciate you mentioning what I explained to you, and just to make sure our school community is aware. Even when our high school students are taking the 4x4 and taking SOL tests at the end of the semester, if a student receives a 375 to 399, they are still eligible for a retake for the rest of the year. So I can't give you preliminary data on that because the data is not done. That will be finalized when the last SOL results are done, which for us is going to probably be right around June 6th this year. This is also part of the reason when we were talking about the evaluation for the superintendent, why the date of June 17th is there, because even after we get the preliminary data, some corrections are made. All of our SOL data, similar to what I did in my evaluation last year, I gave you all what we saw as what our scores are going to be, and they were really, really close. And the only ones that were off actually went up. So SOLs drive it all, including what you were saying for our special education indicators for Mac Ben and John F. Kennedy that comes from the United States Department of Education. I want to make sure that we're clear that The criteria from the United States Department of Education, our federal indicators, are different from our SOL accreditation pieces. We actually made the thresholds for special education level 2 in some cases, but we still made it for special education for Virginia accreditation standards. When the United States says you are still short for special education student achievement, they are basically signing you up to say, here are additional efforts that are going to be put into place. And when they put these additional efforts into place, they send us the money to do that. And there really isn't any type of accountability system from the United States except for any grant money such as Title I that we use in all of our schools that have lower socioeconomic status. So I actually prioritize, just like all 132 school divisions in Virginia, prioritize the Virginia accreditation more than I do the federal. The federal numbers are always going to be more stringent. Here's an example for you. The graduation completion index for high schools is 88% in order to make accreditation. But that includes students that are doing the VAP, that includes students that are doing the GED, because we have the point system, right? The United States Department of Education doesn't include GED. They don't include special education. They actually are saying your students must have some type of diploma. So the next part you mentioned was school staffing. You all actually get school staffing every month as a part of the board meeting report. Those are going to be our updates for that. Let me give you a chance. Those are going to be your updates for that. And school staffing is not a factor for accreditation. Chronic absenteeism is. And we don't have a problem showing the board the percentages for attendance. You're already aware of what we've done this year to incentivize, to make sure that our schools are as close to that 95% threshold. So when you're asking for these reports in December, March, and June, the main reason why I'm saying you really won't be able to get them is because nothing is final. I want to make sure if I want to relay any information to the board, it's going to be as close to being final as possible. So this is why, as a part of my evaluation, I give you all the SOL data and information for all of our schools during the entire summer as corrections are being made, and sometimes the state will open up windows for us to be able to retest. This is why the next preliminary report comes out in August. They allow the school divisions to be able to make your last opportunity for corrections, but those reports are always posted on the DOE website, and we have until October before it's all said and done. If you remember when we did our appeal this year for John F. Kennedy, this is the part of the reason why you saw to be determined by JFK until like a month ago, because it still had to go to the Department of Education's board in order to be able to determine if the reasons that we gave for why we didn't make it because of this 4-year rule, if it was justified or not. So I can definitely give the board the attendance piece. You have the staffing for who's coming and going. There's really not any new information I can give on that. And the growth part is, once again, is going to be determined by the quartiles. But I really just want you to understand that we're not trying to withhold information from you. The information is just not there. And if we're going to get into what Dr. Brooks-Buck was talking about when it comes to benchmark testing, then this is really the piece that we have to trust and leave up to our teachers, because they're going to use that information for their remediation efforts, for their tutoring efforts. I wish I could say to you that the benchmark assessments is going to be a direct correlation to how a kid performs on the SOL. That's not always the case, but what we do know is, based on what we see for student performance by question, those are the things that actually allow us to target in our remediation efforts. So I just wanted to be clear that you will always get the data in June. You will always be able to point to what the DOE says for our results from the previous year. I have no problem giving you the attendance data. I think you guys already get the staffing piece. But I'm hoping I'm kind of explaining how, like, PSATs and SATs, that's College Board, that's not us. And the growth part is actually determined by the quartiles that the state develops.
May I? Okay, well, I mean, I accept your answer about the academics because I don't have the ability to counter that in any way, so I trust what you're saying. But I would like the attendance. I looked back to 2017, 2018, and I saw that the board received monthly reports that we don't receive now. There were monthly reports for all the schools for attendance. There were monthly safety issues and drills and all of those things that were reported to the board. So the board had that information monthly. We don't receive those same reports. I would love to have even attendance on a monthly basis then, if that, I'm sure you get that if you want to add that in for information only. The one thing that I'd like to say about staffing though, I do know that we get the resignations and then the new hires in the personnel report, and I acknowledge that. What I would like to see, though, would be our overall goals for each of the schools. How many staff members, how many positions do we have, how many positions are filled, how many are filled with licensed teachers, how many of them have long-term subs, and to be able to see an idea of that, because that gives a bigger perspective of what's taking place in the schools with regards to our teaching and our instruction. So I understand we get the personnel report each month, but I'd like to see it broken out and aggregated by the schools and broken out by the instruction, and even to know how many TAs do we have in the schools, how many S3s do we have, how many safety monitors. You know, we have the behavioral specialists that we're wanting to put in this whole year. It's been hard to know how many S3s we had and where they were at, but that was a big push last year. The TAs, that was another big push. So I would really like to have a good perspective of what the conditions of our schools with regards to where are the openings and where are our greatest needs, so we can have that perspective. Because I know for myself, maybe other board members have that, I don't have that perspective. That perspective has not been, I've not been privy to have that purview of the staffing in our schools. When I asked during the budget how many teachers openings we had, I think there were 100 or something that you mentioned at that time. Where are those openings? Where are we struggling the most? I think it would be very important as a board, because we are responsible under Virginia code for this, to make sure that our schools are staffed. I know that falls under you, you do the hiring, so I'm not taking day-to-day operations, but we still answer to that as the board. We're the overarching umbrella for Suffolk Public Schools.
Chair. Yeah, okay, she told me that'll be it, so I gotta be brief. Okay, so I'm gonna meet you halfway, okay? No problem giving the attendance, we'll do that monthly, okay, starting next month. We will also give you, I will give you the total number of positions in the schools in August, so you'll know what to start with, because everything that we're doing right now for hiring is for next year. I'm not going to give you the safety numbers though, okay? And I think you understand why, okay? And we'll give the breakdown. We can do. I want to adjust the one request about staffing. Let's do that by the semester, because I can do December for you, because that's when we have our next round of college graduates, if there's anybody that may be coming on board. So we can give you a December update for what the staffing vacancies look like in each school and the listing of new hires. I can meet that, because anything else, once we get to February is really the main cutoff. We stay with our current folks because we don't want to have transitions for our kids for the rest of the year. So I can give you a December breakdown of how many vacancies we have at the schools, but I will also include the teacher assistants. I will also include the total number of long-term subs. But let's just make sure that, some of our staff is a little sensitive about that, because we don't want any of our long-term subs to feel like, well, now I'm, not being looked at as a real teacher. So I can meet you halfway with that.
Madam Chair, can I clarify something, I guess, with both of you? Dr. Gordon, first you said something just a minute ago about giving the total number of positions in August.
Yes, as in total number of positions, teacher, you said teacher assistants, correct?
What I originally, and this wasn't in the statement, but my thoughts that I have down on paper, I wanted to see for general ed and special ed, the number of licensed teachers, teachers assistants, aides, and long-term subs. And then I also had safety and security for S3s, SROs, and safety monitors, so we're aware in our schools. And then I was curious with the additional staff of like the behavioral specialists and counselors.
Yeah, we can provide that part. Thank you for that question, Ms. Hall, because your total number of licensed teachers and provisionally licensed teachers is also on the DOE report for each individual school as well as the division. So we can just kind of provide that link for you to be able to take a look at that. But were you about to ask something
And then
else?
an update in December.
Yes,
So I
and
just
then
want to
update in
clarify
December,
that
because
about
that's when
that.
the semester
And then
ends
the
for
monthly
college.
attendance. So I guess I'm kind of asking Kim, so based on his explanation of assessment reporting and the timeline, is that dropped from your request?
You're talking about the portion that had the mandated assessments?
Yeah, I just wrote down the four things
Sure.
you said: mandated assessment, attendance, staffing, and ATSI and TSI. So
Sure,
we
and
have
we can-
confirmation on attendance and staffing. I'm asking, are you dropping?
I will drop that for now, yes. And as far as the dates you mentioned, that's going to change a little bit too, because what you've stated, if I'm hearing correctly, is that we'll get monthly attendance for the school, broken out by schools. The school staffing will get in August and December, but we won't get another update anytime in the spring just to see where we're at for the schools. Is that correct?
You're talking about for staffing, correct?
Yes.
Right, and as Dr. Avery has reminded me, we also, the one thing that's going to be a little caveat, in case, and I'll email the board, is even when students graduate from college, sometimes with the iPower report and state licensure, it takes a little bit of time. So I'll give caveats for that. So appreciate you dropping the testing part. Yes, Ms. Howe, monthly reports for attendance. We'll do a before school in August and a December report for staffing every year, except for the security folks. And I think that covers Ms. Slingle's request.
So with regards to the last part of that, there was an update for McBen and JFK for the ATSI and the TSI, the schools. Now, how can you update us on that on a more regular basis so we can be on top of that? Because I know I wasn't aware until the DOE report came out that I believe it was McBen that was on it for has been on it for 3 years, and JFK, this is the first year on it. Is that correct? And so I think, unless I got them backwards, I want to know as a board, again, I want to make sure that we're on top of that and have oversight and that we're informed on that so we're not caught off guard.
Right, and if you remember, we gave you the handout
Yes.
to kind of break things down. And just to reiterate, Ms. Slinglove, that's still going to be based on the SOL scores. That's like the only thing that really qualifies that for that. So once the feds take a look at what our state accreditation numbers are, then they will then determine if that matches or exceeds the thresholds for special education student achievement. And so JFK being on the first year, Mike Ben's actually been on a little longer. They've come off before, but they have went back on. And so for us, at the state level, we look at, our same color codes that we do at elementary: green, yellow, and red. So level 1 is green, level 2 is yellow, and level 3 is red. So when we look at the special education numbers for those core areas, specifically English and math, once those SOL numbers are finalized by the state, that's when it goes to the feds. And that's why the feds release that report after the school year is started.
Okay.
Because, we have that finalization in October after the second corrections. That's why the report just came out, I think, in February.
Right.
After the United States Department of Education had a chance to review all 50 states and provinces.
Well, we'll meet in the middle with the attendance and staffing.
Okay, so we're going to do the motion. You're going to...
Would you like me to amend it?
Yes, please.
Okay. I will amend my motion. Ready? I move the board direct the superintendent to provide reports in August and December for school staffing aggregated by schools and provide monthly attendance reports aggregated by schools.
I second.
Okay, it's been properly moved in second. Are you ready to vote?
Board members, please vote. Board member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board member Dr. Brooks-Buck?
Yes.
Board member Byram?
Yes.
Board member Riddick?
Yes.
Board member Slinglove?
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. And number 5, request by Board Member Slingloff that the school board receive all questions asked and all info action, scaled response percentage of the Suffolk City School Board climate survey administered during the 2023-2024 school year. Would you like to speak on that or explain it?
Yes, please, thank you. Again, I want to point back to our goal, number 2, that says to create a dynamic learning environment that promotes high school achievement, stimulates student engagement, supports staff creativity, ensures school safety, reinforces positive staff and student relationships. And I believe that falls under the collection of data that you get from the climate survey, I believe would indicate how we're doing with regards to goal number 2 for Suffolk Public Schools. So last year, and I understand last month, Dr. Gordon and I differed on our thought processes with regards to the amount of data that was communicated to the board in the surveys. When I tallied it last year, it appeared to me to be somewhere around 14% of the data that was collected from the 3 separate reports for the students, for the staff, and also for the parents. So to me, as a board member, it's not, a detailed enough perspective. Again, I want to have a pulse on our schools because I feel the board answers. The board does. I don't feel, the board does. The board answers for Suffolk Public Schools and our climate, and I believe there's a direct correlation between the climate and the teacher retention, and a direct correlation between the climate and student retention. And those should be goals for us as a board to ensure that we're doing the best that we can. I understand all the school divisions are struggling with retention, but it's our job to do the best that we can to be the most appealing in Hampton Roads, so all the teachers want to come to Suffolk Public Schools. So part of that survey, I would like to be able to see all the results. In addition, but prior to that, I would like to be able to see all of the surveys, the 3 individual surveys that were administered, what the questions were, because I believe that, last year I believe it was 40 questions for each of the surveys. I'm not sure what it was this year, and I don't know what the options were for the answers on the survey. I would like to see just the standard surveys as a board to be allowed to see that, but then I'd also like to see the results that have been collected. So as a board, we can also be a part of getting a pulse. I understand there's extreme highs and there's bottom lows, and you can probably take the top 10% and bottom 10% and cut them off and see what's in the middle. But I think that it's valuable information to the board to be able to have a pulse on the climate within our schools. So I won't go to a motion if we want to discuss first, and then I'll make a motion so I don't have to amend it.
Madam Chair? Yes. Okay. Thank you. And, Ms. Lingleff and I have kind of went back and forth on this a lot, but I think I've got some information you'll probably like to hear.
Okay.
Okay. First, we have a crosswalk that Dr. Branch and Mr. Dickerson have put together that shows how each of the group of survey questions relate directly to school board goals. So we're going to hand you all of that when I present the climate and cultural survey results to you in June. Okay. The second part of it is don't have a problem giving the school board the questions for the survey. And the survey is on a Likert scale: strongly agree, agree, disagree, strongly disagree. Okay. Now, I do have to point out, because maybe I didn't do a good job of explaining this, I'm going to give you some examples of how when I report on a category or a group of questions, why you don't see each individual question. Here are a couple of examples for you, Ms. Lingleff. As a parent, this is on our Title I survey, because we have 2 different parent surveys, one for Title I, none Title I, right? The question says, the school challenges my child academically, right? The second question says, the school sets high expectations for my child. So you can kind of see how those two are closely related. So when Mr. Dickerson gives us the information, I see if those percentages are different. Sometimes I report out on the one that might be higher. Sometimes I report on the one that might be lower, because I need to make a point based on the strategic plan and things that we're seeing. As a student, right, my school prioritizes me with a high quality education, right? That's one question. The second question, my school provides me with a challenging curriculum and learning activities. So you can, again, kind of see how both of those are very closely related, right? Staff. Students are aware of staff's expectations for students and issues are addressed in a timely manner. That's one. And then the second one, school-wide expectations regarding policies and procedures are clearly communicated at my school. So we ask those questions in a very close but different way because it's about the interpretation of the participant, right? Those are the common themes that you and I have had a couple of conversations about. So what I'm willing to do is I'm definitely going to give the board all of the questions. I'll give you the percentages of how people have responded on each question. I don't have a problem doing that. But I do want you to understand, and the board and the school community understand, when it comes to reporting this information out, we're always going to give what we've done extremely well, and I color that in green. I also show the growth as compared from the previous year, and this year is a little bit different. There's actually fewer questions this year because we wanted to kind of condense some things based on the school board's new strategic plan. But I'll also show you the areas of concern that I always put in red. And I put that at the very end so that our principals know and our school communities know what we're going to really focus on. I always do this presentation in June because I need to be able to have our principals go through it during our leadership meeting, because they're the ones that's going to develop some new strategies based on when we get together collaboratively at our leadership meeting. And in this way, I can come to you all and say, because this is at 38% about how middle school students feel about their schools, these are some of the things that I already know that the middle school principals are going to do to address it. I have never been the person that's going to admit an issue without having a solution along with it. But I don't want to just develop the solution. I don't want Dr. Bird, Dr. Lee, and Ms. Pichon to just develop the solution. I want our principals to develop the solution with our support and collaboration. And then when I present it to you all in June, I'm going to regurgitate what the principals settled in on that they're going to focus on all summer. Because the principals take this climate and survey data and they go over it with their staff at faculty meetings, right? They go over their staff at faculty meetings, usually right around the time I give it to you all. Sometimes it's a couple of days earlier. And then I present it to you all in June because I want the year to get done so that you all know this is what the principals and school leadership is going to work on all summer. Like the big focus that we had that Dr. Buck and Ms. Byram gave was the emphasis needed on early childhood. And then we had a huge focus on dual enrollment. And then we had a focus on principals really celebrating their students and staff. That's why you saw a jump in that last year. So I'm going to give you the questions. I'm going to give you the percentages by questions. My presentation won't have every individual one because I'm going to be able to show you that this is pretty the same regardless of what these 2 or 3 questions say. And then here are going to be our areas of focus that we're going to grow on.
First of all, thank you. And I think I understand you to say that you're giving that we're going to receive all the results, but it won't all be in the presentation. Is that what I heard you say?
Yes, but you won't receive comments. You're going to receive results because comments many times have specific students or staff member names in them. And that's not something that I think the board should really get into, especially if it's a situation where it becomes a personnel matter, a grievance, or discipline of any nature.
Okay. Will it be broken out by student survey, staff survey, and parents?
Yes.
Okay. Will it be aggregated any further than that?
As you see what's listed here, when it says, for example, the school keeps me informed of my child's progress, I will then show you 79% strongly agree, 21% agree. It'll be broken down based on the 4 categories of the Likert scale.
Okay. I would like to make one other question, and I'm just going to throw this out there. So I appreciate you being willing to share those results. I understand there's not a need to put it all out for all of it in a presentation. I understand that. But I do appreciate you sharing that with us. I do have one other thing that I'd like to discuss. I will be honest. I have had a lot of teachers within the school system that do not count the climate survey to be reliable. And the word that has come back, I know to myself and perhaps other board members, is that they don't feel that the climate survey is secretive and anonymous, that it can be traced back to IP addresses. That's a concern to me, and I think that even if that's not a legitimate, valid point, I know that it is something that is spread throughout some of the school system with the teachers and staff. And because of that, I've had many of them that tell me that they either don't answer the survey or they won't answer it transparently because they're fearful. Having said that, I would like to ask if there is a chance to consider that for the assurance of our staff, because staff retention and because teacher retention is such an important issue for us, I would like to consider, I'd like for the board to consider, I'd like for you to consider whether it would behoove us and whether we would be willing to actually farm that out, the climate survey, at least to the staff, to a third party that is independent to assure the staff and the teachers that there is no way that anything can be tracked back to them individually.
So, Ms. Lingley, I think the best way for me to answer that question is you have people who are always going to be hesitant to fill out surveys. And it's based on what you're saying, it's like some staff feels like there's going to be either some level of identification or some level of retaliation for folks telling the truth or giving their opinion. I can assure you that based on the comments that we read, people are not scared to tell us how they're thinking. Okay? The second part is we shouldn't farm this out because we have one of the best people who ethically, in Sean Dickerson, ensures that the confidentiality, if you looked at the instructions when we all got the survey, one of the main words you saw was anonymous. So when he gets the feed, there's no IP address attached, there's no email address attached. It is raw data. Raw data because we're talking about 2,300 people if they fill it out. Now, a survey is also good, Ms. Lindler, if we get 33% to do it. And our numbers are well above that. So those individuals, unfortunately, they feel that way. Maybe they should have a conversation with their principal or whoever their lead of their department. But the data that you have seen and that we've reported on, this is something that we've really taken a lot of pride in SPS. And that's why I always talk about the SPS family. The staff knows that if we see something that is amiss or not working well, we're going to try something. We're going to try something to do it. And if the other principals, if our 21 principals were here, they would echo me and hear me, or probably say to you, Dr. Gordon has been on us so much about making sure that we implement the feedback that we set forth for 23-24. And there's been some pushback, but then Dr. Pichon, Dr. Lee, and Dr. Bird hold them accountable if it doesn't say that. That includes the participation rates, because Mr. Dickerson sends to Dr. Branch, look at these participation rates after 5 days, after 7 days. And then we then send emails, or Dr. Lee likes to go visit in person and tell people, why haven't your groups filled this survey out? You know, so that's going to be the only thing I'm going to push back on you, is outsourcing it. I think we got to be able to trust our research team to be able to handle that.
Sure, and I just want to say this was not my personal, I was not trying to point fingers at Mr. Dickerson or anyone else to say that I believed that. I was giving you feedback, so and the whole goal was to create more of a sense of security. That's why I posed that, but I hear your answers and I appreciate that. And I guess we don't need a motion do we need a motion? Okay. All right. I move that the superintendent provide the school board with all versions of the Suffolk Public School Climate Survey administered during the March 2024, and during March 2024, to include questions with all possible responses presented, along with all survey results. All survey results. Do you want me to give you that?
He didn't say he was going to give all survey results.
Yeah, that's correct. I said the percentages of how they perform. for each one.
Which would be the coagulated percentages for each of the questions for the 3 different surveys. That would be the results.
Yes, but when you say all survey responses, that means that you would see, I'm going to give you the actual percentages for the Likert scale. Like 66% strongly agree for each question, 25% agree. I'm not going to give you the raw data that shows what each person.
No.
Okay.
I want the cumulative for all 3 of the tests for all of the questions, the percentages.
Right, that's the scale percentages we're talking about. Okay.
That's what I'm asking for. Do you want to?
Because you can use the word percentages. I think that's what they were saying. We were.
To include questions with all possible responses presented along with all scaled percentages. Is that what you're asking me to say?
For each question.
For each question of the 3 surveys.
Okay, are we?
Is there a second?
Is there a second? No one yet. Anyone second?
Second.
I have a question or comment, I suppose. If we're talking about a concern over privacy and survey data, and you're talking about turning over the survey data to 7 different people, and people are concerned about their information getting out, it seems sort of counterintuitive. I'm just saying. Doesn't mean I'm going to vote against it. I'm just saying it seems sort of counterintuitive if that's a concern that people have. Because the thing that you don't do is the questions are fine, because we get the surveys too, so you can always look at the questions. And we get the data after it's been analyzed. So I'm trying to figure out what additionally are we asking for. Are we asking for raw data, or are we asking for data after it's been analyzed?
Sure, Ms. Howard.
I think what my understanding is being asked and agreed to by Dr. Gordon is, rather than just a summary of the highlights being, here's where we did well, here's what we need to work on, each question will be given to us with the responses as in percentages. As he said, 75% strongly agree, 20% agree, and so on and so forth, versus just, that'll just be given to us. And then the presentation, as is always done, will have the typical summary of what the main idea was from the results.
And we do know that in surveys, as he explained, there are several different ways to ask the same question. So we'll get, that's what you explained in a good survey. And so we'll get those as individuals. I'm just trying to understand. We'll get those as individuals. So the 7 of us will get those. And then everybody else will get
Regular presentation.
the summary.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
So to Dr. Brooksball's point, as soon as I give it to all 7 board members, the public has to have
There you go.
access to it too.
There you go.
So what we'll have is the printout of the questions, and we'll have the table associated with those questions, and you'll see for staff, give you one of the questions. Students are aware of staff expectations for students and issues are addressed in a timely manner. We'll have that question. Then we'll have the column, strongly agree, 57%, agree, 21%, so forth. I'm not going to break it down, because I think I see where Dr. Brooks-Buck is going. I'm not going to break it down by each individual department. It'll be staff, students, parents. And my presentation will, it's not necessarily the highlights, Ms. Howell, but it's going to be the ones that kind of jump out at us that are directly related to the crosswalk from your strategic plan.
Beating a dead horse, I just want to make sure for clarity. We're going to have 4 surveys. Let's suppose there's 40 questions on each one of them. We're going to have 40 questions with the percentages in each one of the answers for parents, 40 questions with percentages for each one of the answers with the students, and the same for staff. correct?
Yes. But it's not 40, though.
Well, whatever, I
But
mean,
yes,
we're going to
yes.
have the initial survey, and so we'll know if it's 25, it's 25, whatever that might be. We'll understand that.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, are we ready to vote? Or you want to restate your motion? Okay.
So I'm going to restate it, but bear with me because I wrote it down after I stated it, and if there's something to be edited, you guys tell me. So the motion was, I move that the superintendent provide the school board with all versions of the Suffolk Public School Climate Survey administered during March 2024 to include questions with all possible responses presented, along with all scaled percentages for all questions in all 3 surveys.
You got to take out that part where all possible responses presented,
Because you won't get this.
because you're going to get the scale
Okay,
percentages.
because okay.
And I think the survey was done in January, not March.
That was March.
It was March.
Okay, got it.
But along with all scaled percentages for all questions in all the 3 surveys is okay. Okay. A final draft is not good until you've proofed it multiple times. I move that the superintendent provide the school board with all versions of the Suffolk Public School Climate Survey administered during March 2024 to include all questions, along with all scaled percentages for all questions in all 3 surveys. Percentage results or responses. Do I need to specify it more than that?
Percentages on the Likert scale.
I'm sorry?
Percentages on the Likert scale? That's fine. Percentages on the Likert scale.
All percentages on the Likert scale for all questions in all 3 surveys. Thanks for your patience.
I second the motion.
Okay, I'm being asked one more time.
Just to make sure that it's right.
I move that the superintendent provide the school board with all versions of the Suffolk Public School Climate Survey administered during March 2024 to include questions, all questions, along with all percentages on the Likert scale for all questions in all 3 surveys.
I second the
Dr.
motion.
Gordon? Okay. That's teamwork, guys.
Okay, are we ready to vote? Thank you. Do it quick before someone.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck?
No.
Board Member Byram?
No.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Slingluff?
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay. Number 6, and 7 and 8, info. Can we just take?
That's just info.
Yeah, it's just info. We do not have to vote on that. And do we have public speakers on non-agenda topics?
Madam Chair, did we vote on the consent agenda earlier?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
It's been a long night.
Okay, and now we're business by board members. Brittingham, Board Member Brittingham.
I'd like to first congratulate again the honor grads from tonight. It was really nice to see and hear them all come forward and speak about what their futures hold for them. It was really a pleasure to listen to the Colonel Fred Cherry Middle School Band. It really blessed my soul to listen to that music. I am grateful tonight for not only the work session, but I'm also grateful for the discussions that we've had up here on this board tonight, and that we are moving in a direction of honoring the will of the board. I thank you for the collaboration from everybody up on this dais. The good, the bad, the ugly. This is what we're supposed to be doing as board members. It doesn't always have to be clean and polished. And I feel hopeful that as a group here on the board that we can move forward and do some work together. It's late, and I'm going to say goodnight.
Mr. Riddick?
First and foremost, I want to say thank you to the Suffolkians who reside in the historic Suffolk Borough for your continuous support, especially to those who constantly reach out with ideas and suggestions. It has been brought up by some of the constituents in the Suffolk Borough that the board consider uniform for elementary school students. I ask that the board would give that some consideration as possibly an agenda discussion item, whether it's for this school year or the following. But it's been brought to me by the citizens in the Suffolk Borough. It is my responsibility to bring it to the board. In addition to that, I will also like to say outstanding job to the outstanding musicians at Colonel Fred Cherry Middle School. They rocked the house tonight. This is one reason why I wanted to make sure we always had our fine arts programs come and showcase their talent here, because oftentimes many people will not know what we have in our own backyard unless you give our own children the opportunity and the exposure to do what they already are skilled and blessed to do. And it's just giving the people a sneak peek of what Suffolk Public Schools have to offer. And I would love to see us grow our middle school into have a fine arts academy like we have at Lakeland on the middle school level, hint, hint. But in addition to that, as before I close, I would just like to continue to let everyone know that we don't get it all right, but we are going to do the best we can. In times where we don't see eye to eye, we're human, we come back together and we get it right and keep moving. And that's what I'm asking everyone to do, that we continue to work together, continue to extend a measure of grace and mercy, and keep moving along with correction. I believe grace and mercy and correction goes hand in hand. But I want to say thank you to all who have come out, especially to our staff. Miss Shirley, thank you so much for your outstanding presentation. Although I was not here physically, I was stuck in traffic trying to hurry up and get here. I did watch the presentation on YouTube, and as expected, she did an outstanding job. And I do just want to give her flowers today and honor her for a job well done. Madam Chair, that continues my report.
Okay, Ms. Slinghoff.
I have several things I want to say for my report tonight, but I want to start by thanking you, Dr. Gordon, for working with me and meeting me in the middle in my requests. I greatly appreciate that, and I think it's great strides together and teamwork, so I want to thank you publicly for that. I would also like to say, let's see here, this last month I had a lot of opportunities to go and visit a lot of people in a lot of places, and it was a lot of fun. I was invited by Angie Salerno at Kilby Shores to go to their Glow Show, and I just have to say she did a fantastic job. If you all have not seen the work that Angie Salerno does with these students and the talent that she draws out of these students, she's phenomenal. She's an excellent asset to Kilby Shores, and I also want to thank Mrs. Banks for her hospitality when I came. I did get to attend the food festival, so kudos to Dr. Whiting and his staff and the whole team and everyone that went into putting on the food festival. It was a lot of fun. I look forward to that reoccurring and engaging the community again. I think every opportunity that we have for the community to be involved with different parts of and aspects of our school, I think is a wonderful opportunity. So I was very glad to be a part of that. I also was able to take a tour of both Lakeland and Southwestern Elementary School when Dr. Lisa Coons from the Virginia Department of Education came, and we took a tour there. We went through Lakeland, and we were able to tour the Fine Arts Center. So kudos goes out to Principal White for her leadership at Lakeland High School. But I also want to note specifically Catherine Owens, who is working with the students in the piano, with the piano there. She does a great job. You can tell she's very passionate. She went into retirement and came back out to be a resource for Suffolk Public Schools. We are very richly blessed by her involvement. Also, Dr. Sigmund Rothschild, who does production. It was amazing to see these students working on production and working with the music and adding music to old black and white films, and it was really exciting. I think it's a great gift to be able to give these kids an opportunity to learn some additional skills, and from what I understand, it is a very rare thing for kids to have that opportunity at this age, so that is an asset. The last part that we got to visit at the Performing Arts Center was the Acting and Theater Department under the supervision of Travis Robertson, so kudos. We listened to a young lady that did an impromptu, that wasn't a recitation, an impromptu performance for us, and apparently she used to have stage fright, and she got up there and was as sharp as a tack, and I just thought it was a phenomenal job. So it was a wonderful experience to go through there. Then we went and met Miss Mooney, Principal Mooney and her staff at Southwest Elementary School, and got to see what they're doing with instruction of math for the students there, and that was really exciting to see how they implement the math in the schools. So kudos to a job well done there as well. On a personal level, as a board member, I participated in the WHRO and Access meetings, the two meetings. I participated virtually during the course of the last month. I have also signed up to do additional school board training through the School Board Academy, which is provided by Family Policy Alliance Foundation. So I'm excited about that. Another wonderful opportunity I had during the last month was to meet with several moms from Hill Point. We got together, they initiated it, we got together, and I was thrilled with their enthusiasm to be a part of volunteering and helping out with establishing a PTA again at Hill Point. I was very excited with their positive attitude towards the school and what they could do to give back to the school and to ensure the success of Hill Point. And I'm very thrilled to be able to work alongside of them as their school board representative. Two other things that I want to note. I'll save the best for last. I am holding another town hall. It's going to be on April 30th at 6:30 p.m. at the fire department, fire station number 6 on Kings Fork Road. So I would like to invite anyone from my borough. If you're bored and you live outside of my borough and you want to come, I'd welcome your attendance and participation. And finally, the last thing I want to end on the note, something that I saw, and I tried to reach out to the person that initiated this through social media online, but I saw a parent that put out kudos to one of her teachers because one of the teachers created for all of the students in her class before testing, she created little necklaces that were like dog tags. And on it, she had engraved, "I believe in you," and then she had their name, and she put love and her name. So I don't know this teacher. I'm not sure what school she's at. Excellent job. Those students investing in those kids, some of those kids just need to know that somebody believes in them. That is outstanding leadership within our schools. So whoever you are, I hope this catches up with you and you find out that I am really, really grateful for you pouring into these kids, whatever school you're at, and I hope you set a lead for as an example for other educators, which I know there are tons more that do the same thing. So on that note, I would like to say I would love to highlight teachers within the school, especially if they're in my borough at every one of these meetings when I have my opportunity to speak. So if you catch a teacher doing something great and you're a parent and you want to put it out on social media, can you tag me in it or send it to me? Because I would like to recognize them from the dais in this format. So anyways, thank you all very much for hanging out with us, and I hope you have a wonderful evening.
Ms. Parham. Thank you, Madam Chair. Congratulations, Ms. Slingloff. That was an excellent presentation, and that comment about the teachers, I hope you follow through on that. That is a wonderful idea. Thank you. I was just going to congratulate those teachers in the spotlight, as I usually do. They don't get enough pats on the back, and we need to make sure we do that as much as possible. There's so many good things happening in our schools every day, And we need to let people know about those. And I'm glad to hear that you are doing that. I also want to, again, congratulate the Colonel Fred Cherry Band, which was outstanding. Kudos to Ms. Jolene Neighbors, who's spearheading a lot of these events that we, and a lot of these things that we are seeing to come to fruition. The excellent music educators we have in our school that have dedicated years and hours, and just such devoted people. The parents, as I said before, should be commended for the job well done. The young people, the way they look, the way they act, Mr. Andrews and the way he made them present themselves was just outstanding. Even in back of the stage when we were having dinner, they were back there practicing. They're very dedicated kids, and we need to give them all the support we can. Music education is very important. I'm not a musician. I never was trained, unlucky, as I told Ms. Slinglock at supper, at our supper hour, but I understand the importance of it. I taught for many years, and I saw what my band students could do. Many students in this city went on not to pay, maybe in college bands, but they learned teamwork, discipline, and things that would affect them the rest of their lives. And that is so important. That is so important for our children, and I commend them. But we have so many people that are dedicated, and all of these performances are just wonderful to spotlight. Also, again, kudos to the Kings Fork High School honor graduates. We had 144 honor graduates. Over 13 million, did you say, Dr. Gordon? In
12.6.
Million in scholarship money, and maybe we'll get a few more dollars as we go along. That's tremendous, tremendous things we're doing in our school system. And my last thing that I want to mention this evening is dear on my heart. I've thought about this for a long time, and I hope I won't cry, but I'll say a few words that I'd like to say. For 46 years, I have been actively involved in and dedicated to Suffolk Public Schools. I was a teacher for 30 years. I taught Ms. Howell and others that I often remark and brag about. And for 16 years, I have served as a member of this board. I've been the chair, the vice chair, and served on just about every committee and organization been represented. I've tried to represent Suffolk and our students to the best of my ability. It has been my great pleasure to serve the Whiteville Borough. I have worked with many wonderful people, wonderful constituents, and our students. And during my tenure on the board, we have accomplished a lot of great things. We have moved to heights that I never even anticipated. And it has been my pleasure to be a part of that success. But tonight I am formally announcing that I will not seek re-election for the upcoming term, but I'll be leaving the board in December. But Dr. Gordon, I still have you on speed dial, and my term might expire, but I will never, ever leave Suffolk Public Schools behind. I will always be a strong advocate for public education and for the kids in our community, and I will strive to do everything I can to make Suffolk Public Schools the best that it can always be. Thank you very much. Thank you, Board.
Thank you, Ms. Barham. We do not accept your resignation. I'm sorry.
I just want to let people know so they can
I
get started on
understand.
what they need to do.
So, Dr. Brooks Buck.
I know.
Okay. First of all, I'd like to, of course, commend the Kings Fork High School students You know, I'm always impressed with the kind of scholarship money that they bring in. It's an honor to be here, to see what we do, to see what we've done. And Fred Cherry is one of those schools that I'm extremely proud of. We fought very hard to get that building, to get that school, and to see the product that came from Fred Cherry tonight, just part of the product. They've done well in so many areas. It's just impressive. I attended the CSEP meeting, as I have served on that committee since I've been on this board, and enjoyed that group and the successes that they've had and the work that they've done. I also went to the fun run with Chair Jenkins as we watched we served as cheerleaders for first grade and kindergarten. While I was there, I attended also at the CSEP meeting, or just before the CSEP meeting, I went to the governor's school program and was extremely proud of a Nansemond River High School student who sang in German for us. She performed there, just an extremely beautiful voice. She's going to perform, and she invited all of us to hear her sing. So it's just wonderful when we see the kinds of things our students are doing. They're singing, they're dancing, they're doing all sorts of things. And she told us that she's been working with students who graduated from our school system, because those are things that we don't hear about. We hear all the bad stuff, we hear all the crazy stuff, but the things we don't hear about is our students are performing on Broadway and then coming back here to help our students so that they can make it to Broadway and they can go to other places. So I'm just impressed with those kinds of things. And of course, I always like to congratulate our staff and all of our students on the kinds of things that they do. There always has to come a time when there's crazy, and you have to know when to hold them and know when to fold them. And when I finished my last campaign, I was elected 3 times here in Suffolk. This is my 3rd term. And I was one of those people who, along with Linda Bouchard, believed in times to serve and times not to serve. And I've served for 3 terms so far. After my 3rd election, I decided that I would cut up every sign I had and put it in the trash can, because I didn't plan to come back and do that again. And I don't. I have served with honor. I believe in serving with dignity. I don't believe in chaos, not in any circumstance or situation. I believe in decency and order. And that's not to say anything about anybody else who doesn't. That's just the way I operate. That's what I do. I will not be running again either. I decided to do that in 2020. The interesting thing is, and the sad thing is there's a lot of ridiculous mess that goes on with people who think they're setting you up. And I'm so sad that my neighbors have had to experience foolishness. And I understand there's even more. And that saddens me. I told you at the last meeting that there were people out in the primary passing out flyers that they aren't supposed to do. It's inappropriate and illegal, as I understand it, to white people, white voters in my neighborhood, with things that were not true. And that saddens me. But the idea was to try to influence the election. And the funny thing for me, if there's any comedy in it, was I wasn't running anyway, so it didn't matter. My white neighbors have been very good neighbors. I've lived in my neighborhood for over 25 years now, and my neighbors have been very good neighbors. It's really funny what people think because they have implicit biases. I have some very good friends on this board, and one of my best friends is sitting here to my left. We didn't know each other before we came on the board, but we became friends, and our friendship grew out of similar ideas, similar perspectives, similar beliefs, and similar concerns. And so we will keep in touch with each other, Phyllis and her husband, and me and my husband. And there are others who have served with me, Mrs. Jenkins and her husband, and of course, Miss Tasha. And Dr. Gordon, we hired you. So I'll see you around after December. And I will tell you, I hold you in the highest regard, Mr. Waller. You and your wife, Crystal, have been just wonderful. I appreciate that. I really do, and the things that you've done. But I realize that it's time for people to go. It's time to move on. And December will be my time. So I'm hoping that there will be someone who will come who's interested in public schools, who sees the value of 90% of our children attending public schools. Everybody doesn't have enough money to pay for private schools and to pay a mortgage at the same time. Everybody doesn't have a schedule that allows them to homeschool their children. I believe it's a choice. If you want private school, I've done that before, it costs money. If you want to homeschool, if you can, I believe that's your choice. But if you are like me and many of the parents in America, and you have to do, at some point in your history, you have to use public schools, and most of us do. And if I ask any audience anywhere when I'm doing research, if I ask the people to stand up in the audience who attended public schools, I can guarantee you 90% of the crowd stands up and says that's where they went. So there's a purpose for us, a reason for us being where we are. And I just hope that people are sincere, not about who they want to be, because I hope that the person who takes my seat is not someone who just wants to be in a seat, but someone who wants to serve and who's willing to serve and who respects the fact that we have staff who are credentialed, who know what they're doing, and who work many more than 8 hours a day. Most of them work 12. We can contact them on weekends or any other time. Any of the people who are here work their hearts out, and they should be appreciated. So I just want to thank you for this time, and I believe that this is a service that we provide. Unlike Phyllis, because I'm actually the oldest, I've served for, 53 years in education, in elementary and middle and high school and K-12 schools. 25 years, 8 months, and 22 days. You don't know how I calculated that, though. But I did, in 4 states in West Germany, and then in college and at the university level, in 2 HBCUs and 1 HWCU. But God has blessed me, I believe. Now I'm going to go ahead and finish a contract that I had when I began this process. Unfortunately, I've got some stories to write. I write college books, so a lot of people don't read them. They don't find them interesting. But if you do, and if you want some reading, the book is titled Being on the Wrong Side of History, Critical Readings on 21st Century Racism and Resegregation. Unfortunately, I've got a lot of material from Suffolk, and that saddens me in a great way, because I've met some really good people in Suffolk who are honest, hardworking people and understand all sorts of problems and are friends with all sorts of people, real friends that you can count on. So at any rate, I'd like to say I want this door to be open for people who really want to work with Suffolk Public Schools. And God bless you all. That's what I have to say. Thank you. I love you. Oh, no.
What in the world is going on here? I'll wait for my comments after Vice Chair.
No, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I don't want to follow that.
No, go ahead.
Sheesh, ladies, a heads up would have been nice. Just a smidge. I'm going to start by thanking both of you. Dr. Buck, I acknowledge your lengthy career of service to special ed and public education, as well as your family service to our country, and I thank you for that. We haven't always voted the same, but I'd like to think, for the most part, we walk out of here wishing each other a safe drive home and a relaxing weekend and peace somewhere in the day.
Absolutely.
Miss Byram, thank you for showing me, not just telling me, showing me what civic duty is. it was intimidating to think of running to be on this board and sit with you. And you are gracious as always and welcoming, and I appreciate you and your heart and your dedication and years of service. You are special to me. So I wish you the peace, both of you, that you have earned in your years of service. I don't even know what else I was going to say. I have attended some sporting events since the last meeting. That's been fun. I would encourage you guys to get out and support our teams. Nansemond River Baseball always has a good crowd. It's an exciting game. Kings Fork JV girls softball. That was fun this week. They could probably use a little more fans in the stadium there to cheer them on. Maybe it was the weather. Upcoming board business, I look forward to the Purple Ribbon celebration at Florence Bowser next week. Policy Review Committee, I believe, April 22nd.
If we have any policies.
If what? Probably. Stay tuned. I'm looking at my calendar here. The VSBA Tidewater Regional Spring Network Forum in Portsmouth on the 25th. And then I will be participating, or in attendance, not necessarily a participant, I'll be in attendance at the rezoning public meeting at Nansemond Parkway on April 30th. So stay tuned for details about that. Thank you to my colleagues for hearty discussion and just civil dialogue. And thank you to Dr. Gordon for meeting us in the middle when required. Y'all have a good evening.
Thank you. Before I get into the latter part, I just want to thank Dr. Gordon and your staff and our teachers, support staff, bus drivers, our amazing chefs that could beat Bobby Flay and anybody else on the cooking workshop show. Our grounds experts and our nurses and our cleaning experts. I thank everybody because it takes all of us together to make SPS what it is today and what it continues to be. So thank you so much. Thank you for attending the joint meeting last night. It was very productive. Thank you all for your input, and I look forward to our next one. We should have another one before the end of the year. A lot was accomplished. We had good topics, and again, thank you, and thank you to City Council for having us. Thank you to the amazing band. Everyone has said the band was amazing, and if we could think of any other words, we would use that too. Thank you, Mr. Russell Andrews, for your expertise and for being a teacher that many of your students say they just love you to death. So thank you for being that role model for our students, because a lot of them don't have any other role models. It's our teachers that's their role models, and we appreciate all of you all for being that role model. The presenters that came tonight, thank you so much. Another special shout out to Jade and Emma and Daniel for leading our Pledge Allegiance tonight. Thank you very much. And I also attended a lot of events, and all of them were amazing. Our staff, they put on some of the most amazing programs and presentations. Thank you so much. Dr. Buck and Mrs. Barham, that wisdom that's over in this corner cannot be matched. It's what you all have done over the years, the wisdom you have imparted in me and others here on the school board, as well as probably our administrators and teachers. Thank you so, so much. And do not change your phone numbers, because we will still be calling you or somewhere meeting up with you, because we can't just let you go like that. You know, you can't drop us like a hot potato. We still need you, and I appreciate you so much. But I understand. I definitely understand. But I hope that you have so much more time to enjoy other parts of life, and you don't have to run to the meetings and do all those things. So take this time to enjoy yourself for the many, many years that you still will be here and bless us with on this earth. And if it's anything we can do for you, I can speak for myself personally, please don't hesitate to let us know. And thank you so, so much for all that you have endured, again, all that you have poured out to us. And I love you both from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. Anything else? That's it. So this meeting is adjourned. Have a good evening. Thank you all for staying.